sport of competitive powerlifting challenges the strength, discipline, and determination of its athletes. Competitions consist of 3 main lifts: the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. Each competing athlete makes 3 attempts within each discipline. The highest weight achieved on each lift is then summed to form the athlete's total. Competitions are categorized by weight classes. The athlete with the highest total in their weight class at the end of the competition is the winner. In the case of a draw, the lifter with the lighter body weight will take out the title. There are 3 referees on the platform who will each determine if the lift falls within the rules of the federation. A white light indicates that the lift is good, while a red light indicates that part of the lift fell outside of the rules. Each referee sits on a different angle, so all will have a slightly different viewpoint. If an athlete achieves 2 or more white lights, the lift is considered a good lift. If the athlete receives 2 or more red lights, the lift is unsuccessful and will not count to their total. The athlete must achieve at least 1 good lift in each discipline to proceed through the competition. The first lift performed in competition is the back squat. The athlete must stand completely motionless after unracking the bar, with their knees locked and torso in an upright position. Once in the correct position, the head referee will give the squat command. A good lift is awarded where the knees and hips are locked, adequate depth is reached, there is no downward movement of the bar, and all commands are followed.
Actually, that's a really good... I assume that it's giant. Back here at the Australian Powerlifting Alliance Mega Nats. My name is Matthew Bartholomew and I'm sitting here with
Sean Minto.
Sean Minto. He's got his mic just on his chin, so you can probably hear him a little better now.
That's better.
But young Sean Minto had a whopper of a competition yesterday for those of you who tuned in. He's been spotting and loading and now he's sitting here at the commentating desk. This is what it's all about. You'll notice that everyone lifting and coaching are doing their best to also give back and volunteer in all kinds of different roles.
And yeah, we've got a big lineup here of sub-juniors, sub-junior 66s, 74s, 93s, 83s and 105s. Some big flights and going to be some hotly contested battles in some of these classes as well.
I think it's always, personally, really fun watching, commentating sub-juniors. I mean, these people are under 18 years of age, fresh to the sport most of the time. We've seen some phenomenal lifting already today from our sub-junior and junior lifters, but the sub-juniors particularly impressive because of that age component. So very much looking forward to seeing some great lifting, and not only that, a great standard of lifting. You know, powerlifting is known as this long-term sport where you sort of learn and get better over time and get more proficient over time, and these young lifters are doing an amazing job. So Dryden comes out into the platform for a squat opener of 135 kilos. Under 66 kilos, which already, I mean, is a very, very impressive, very strong over double body weight opener on the squat here. Wow, okay. This is exactly how you want an opener to look. You know, Sean, how do you want an opener to feel, generally speaking?
Like we've got a few reps in reserve.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That's exactly how I look for Dryden there. Nice and routine, plenty of room to get on the board and then to jump from there. For the listeners at home, for the watchers at home, if you don't make an attempt for a particular discipline, let's say the squat, and you fail all three, you actually get disqualified from the competition. You don't get to register a total. So it is really important that these lifters and these coaches are keeping that in mind and are coming out to an easy, comfortable opener, getting on the board, effectively warming up, starting the day warming up. Liam comes out for 145 kilos for his opener. Also sub-junior under 66 kilo.
Liam's previous breast was 147.5, so he's opening right up on close to that.
Absolutely, that's a great bit of info there, and I think what we oftentimes see with these young lifters is, you know, a rapid rate of progress, because they are just getting started, finding themselves in the sport, and when you got great coaches like Dave over here, who's looking after young Liam, bound to flourish. Oh,
Nice.
145, moving like an empty bar, dare I say. And it'd be interesting to also see how the different tactics play out with the different lifters and the different coaches when it comes to attempt jumps. So again, like I said before, we want to start relatively easy, relatively light, but some coaches, some athletes will choose to start a little heavier and take smaller jumps throughout the day. So we also see different tactics sort of surface as well.
Bar is loaded for Zaid.
Zaid comes out for a 150 kilo opener in the under 74 kilo sub-junior class.
Again, his previous best was 160, so he's not far off that. And as Matt said earlier, with these younger lifters, I'd be expecting each of them to improve on their previous best.
Again, very nice work there. Slight loss of balance at the top. You saw the toes come up a little bit. Thankfully, that is 3 white lights. There was no actual movement of the feet. If the lifter moves from the assumed position when the squat command is given, aka staggering or something like that, they will be given red lights and a fail of the lift. That is an important note. So something to watch out for with these lifters is they'll often look very nice and balanced, but you can lose that balance from time to time. Isaac coming out to 152.5. Again, the under 66 kilo sub-junior men. Keeping in mind we have a mix of lifters across different weight classes in this group, and the bar will always move along in ascending order. So not always by weight class, but by what people are lifting in their attempts. Once again, super routine, lovely to see. We do sometimes see younger lifters wanting to open heavy because they have these big ambitious goals for the day. It's great to see that we've got great coaching, you know, lifters listening to their coaches and starting the day nice and light, nice and easy, getting on the board as mentioned before. So this is good stuff. Next up, we're going to see Daniel coming out to 155 kilos also in the 66 kilo class.
And Daniel's ranked second in the 66 weight class today, based on nominations.
Based on nominations, wonderful. So when we say nominations, we're saying the total that the lifter put together to qualify for this competition. The nominations are a good insight into where things may fall. But of course, people make great progress. Sometimes that was an easy comp for that person, or maybe it was a really bad comp for that person. So things play out differently on the national platform. Wonderful. And I'm going to get sick of saying smooth opener, I think, because they're all looking great.
We have Owen coming out. He's
Got Owen now with 167.5 for the opener and the under 74s against sub junior. These young men doing beautifully so far.
Yep. And Owen's opening on his previous best at a sanctioned comp. So
What a time. How good would that be?
we hear people talk about not hitting depth. Matt, what does that mean?
Yeah, so when it comes to the depth rule in powerlifting, this is a primary rule of the squat. So you need to make sure that the crease of the hip gets below the top of the knee. And if it doesn't happen and the 2 referees believe that it didn't happen, then the lift won't be passed. So again, we've seen 3 whites for I think all of the lifts so far, which means depth isn't a problem, and some of the other rules that we'll talk through as we go aren't a problem either. May have been early there for the call. Let's see what happened. Okay, we've got 2 reds there. I believe that was just a little bit premature on that squat call. So another thing about the rules of each lift, but let's talk about the squat, is that we have commands that are given to the lifters that must be adhered to. So the lifter must come out of the rack and assume the start position, which is upright, locking the knees out and all that sort of thing. Once the referees are happy, the squat command is given, then the squat can happen. You have Darren here coming out for 167.5 in the under 66 sub juniors. Let's go, Darren. Lovely. Really lovely there. Textbook stuff.
and it's a good lift. We have Cedric coming out.
Next up, we're looking at Cedric in the sub-junior under 74 class, opening at 172.5.
Cedric's competed in 3 sanctioned competitions previously, and he's ranked #1 in the 74 class today based on the nominated total.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Okay, so one to look out for sure, and one that will be, maybe people will be trying to hunt Cedric down throughout the day, so he's going to have to be on his A game today. One thing to note about equipment is that you are allowed to adjust your belt on the platform, but you are not allowed to adjust your other equipment like your wrist wraps on the platform. This is because the wrist wraps are checked by a technical referee before the lifters come out onto the platform. There are specific rules about where the wrist wraps can be worn, and you then cannot adjust after they've been approved. And easy enough there from Cedric at 172.5, still looking very much in that remit of an opener, moving bar speed. 3 white lights. So when we say 3 white lights, we have 3 referees here who are judging each of the lifts. There are obviously a number of rules for each lift, and so it's really important that the lifters are adhering to every little detail, because referees can red light the lift for different reasons. You can do 3 things that are borderline or look one way or another to the different referees and catch reds as you go. So it's important that these lifters know the rules of the sport. William coming out now for 180 kilos in the under 74 sub juniors, starting his day with a big squat. Coached by Adam Jones.
Looks like a nice squat. We've got 2 reds. Typically that means the lifter hasn't achieved depth, which we were just talking about.
Bar is loaded.
280 kilos here for Jaden. Moves through that really nicely. Interested to see what the referees have to say about the depth there. 3 white lights, happy days, wonderful.
And Jaden is ranked #1 in the 66 weight class
Alright.
based on nominations today.
And naturally, as we're getting to the back end of the first attempts, the heaviest attempts, we're seeing some of our higher nominated lifters. Young Harry's out next. Harry Lou, under 74 kilo, sub-junior, opening at a whopping 195.
He's obviously made some progress because his best is 200, so he looks to well and truly beat that today.
Speedy squat there.
Looks easy enough. Let's see what the refs say.
Got a 2-to-1, so 2 reds, 1 white on depth, which should be a pretty easy fix there. The weight moves well enough. The decision now for the lifter or the coach in this situation is whether to reattempt that weight or to go up. The risk being that if you go up and you continue to have the same problem, or maybe have problems with other rules or the lift itself, you know, you're at risk of that disqualification. Harvey comes out now for 220 kilos in the under 93 kilos sub-juniors, donning the Australian soft suit.
Yep, Harvey placed first at Nationals last year, Junior Nationals, and is ranked in first place today. And yeah, competed at Junior Worlds in 2024 in Malta.
You always get 5 spotters as soon as the weight hits 200 plus. Really sinks it. And moves through it easily enough.
That's a good lift.
It's not uncommon to come out onto the platform and have a bit of nerves for that opener squat. It's really important that lifters just focus on executing, getting on the board, and then kind of settling in.
Bar is loaded for on.
Final lifter here for the group. Rowan coming out to 222.5, also in the under 93 sub-junior men. So it will be interesting to see these two compete throughout the day. There seems to be a large discrepancy in the bench openers, but very similar in the squat side of things. Moves reasonably. See what the call is here for depth.
And it's a good lift. 2 to 1. Going back
Okay,
to
so we
the
do
top.
have a red light with a blue card, which I would say in this situation would have been for the start position, a failure to assume an upright position. That is one of the rules. And what happens in this case is the referees on the side are putting their hands up until the lifter gets into the appropriate position. In this case, one referee would have kept their hand up, one would have put it down, and then the head ref would have been happy with the start position, hence the squat command was given because 2 were happy.
Bar is
But that
loaded.
red light with the blue card has already been decided before the lift even begins. That is the interpretation of that call. Jarden comes out to the second at 150, a healthy 15 kilo jump as you would expect from a speedy opener.
And this will be a comp PB if he sinks it.
Confident that he's got this and more, so let's see him get after it. Oh,
Yep.
a comp PB moving like it should have been in the warm-up room.
Good lift. We have Liam coming out.
All smiles with the coach.
155
Fist bumps
kilos
and
for bar.
deciding what's up next. So the lifters and the coach more specifically has 1 minute after the lift has finished to submit the next attempt.
66
If the coach fails to submit the next attempt, it will simply be bumped up 2.5 kilos. So if you forget, or you take too long to have a conversation about it, it just gets bumped up 2.5 kilos.
Speaking of 1 minute, the lifter also has 1 minute to complete the lift once the MC calls the bar is loaded.
Absolutely. 155 for Liam here. Again, nice healthy 10 kilo jump. Expect us to move well, and then we'll see a bit more work rate happening on the third attempts as we continue to warm up through these firsts and seconds. Lovely pattern there. 3 white lights for Liam there at 155 on the board with a +10. Love it. Isaac's coming out next with 162.5.
And that's a good lift. We have Isaac coming out for 162.5. Bar is loaded for Isaac.
Once again for Isaac here, we're looking at a +10 jump from the opener at 152 to now the second at 162. Smooth work there.
Very nice. And it's a good lift.
It's always great to see the variation in style, variation in techniques. We all see, you know, a whole variety of stance widths, footwear,
66 kilo weight
grip
class.
widths, bar position. All these things are matched to the leverages of the lifter, the strengths of the lifter to try and get the most weight possible lifted.
Bar is loaded for Daniel.
Daniel up next, 165 kilos for second attempt.
This will be an equal PB for Daniel. PB meaning personal best.
It's actually a fair clarification. Something we throw around this colloquial language all the time.
Yep.
Sure, there's plenty of people tuning in who haven't heard that before. Use the American PR.
Yeah.
It's a PR, personal record. Strong work there from Daniel. Big smile as he's coming up.
And it's a good lift for Daniel.
Got to remember to enjoy yourself out there. There we go. Okay, so Owen coming out next. Got to remember Owen did not achieve his opener at 167.5. Sorry, Zaid is next, my mistake. Zaid is next with a 165 second attempt, up from a successful 150 opener.
And it's a good lift for Zai. We've got 172.5 kilos going on the bar for Owen.
And this is Sides. This is their third official competition.
Bar is
So
loaded
a
for
relatively
Owen.
new lifter. And this is Owen's second competition, so very new to the sport.
It's like what I was saying before, you know, these are very young lifters. You know, naturally, they've only had so many years in the sport, so many competitions in the sport. To be at a national event, you know, it's a high-pressure event. It's good for experience. Hoping to get on the board here with 172.5
And that is a
and success. That's what we like to see. We do not like to see bombs.
coming out to
Not a fun time. We want to see everyone getting on the board, competing well. And the best lifter comes out on top. That's what we want to see.
Williams in the 74
A sea of green, we call it, when lifts are going well. A sea of green. Because on the board, Successful attempts get highlighted in green. William looking to similarly earn his position on the board, yet to have a successful squat attempt after the opener. Differently to Owen, who went up 5 kilos after missing, William's going to be repeating the load at 180, which oftentimes is a smart move, oftentimes.
Yep, he's hit depth there for sure. I'm confident about that.
Lovely.
It's on
Yeah.
the board, 180 kilos.
Sometimes there really just is no doubt.
Next we
Yep.
have Cedric.
And that was a PB as well.
Oh, we've got Darren with 180 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Next we've got Darren up for his second squat at 180 kilos.
It's always great to see sub-juniors able to come out cool, calm and collected, because again it is high pressure. It's going to be a bit of nerves, you're lifting in front of people, it's all these stresses. So it's great to see lifters coming out, you know, nice and settled. Representing Omni Fitness. That's a nice second. Bit of work, no problems. Probably see a moderate jump there, maybe 5 kilos might be attempted. And there's things that lifters and coaches will assess. Sometimes it's not a pure strength thing. There can be elements of position or misgrooving that occurs where you can clean that up and
74 kilos.
do better on the next attempt. Happens all the
Bar is
time.
loaded for Cedric.
Cedric next with 182.5 in the under 74 sub-juniors. I think we mentioned before that Cedric was a bit of a favourite.
Yep. And I believe Cedric's come up to Sydney from Victoria. Travelled interstate for this comp.
I think that's one of the awesome things about any national event. You know, Australia's a very big place. We don't get to hang out with our interstate buddies that often. So being able to come together and, you know, put on an event like this is always lots of fun.
Knees, call for knees.
It's been asked to replace the bar. So that'll happen when 2 or more referees are unhappy with something about the start position. In this case, it's making sure that their knees are appropriately locked out. Refs are happy, squat command's given. And he's done rather well there. Unracking the bar twice on any attempt is no fun. It's quite tiring. It's one of the tough parts of the lift, beyond the actual lifting itself. And so when you can avoid it,
5 kilos.
you don't want to have to unrack too often.
Let's get behind him,
Cedric's done really well there, stayed composed, and locked in that 182.5 beautifully. Next up we got Jaden coming out for 195 kilos, which is a under 66 sub-junior record, national record. He's looking fired up, he's looking focused. Nice steady walkout. Let's go, Jaden. He's made it move well. 3 white lights for Jaden, 195 kilos. It's a new Australian record.
We have another record attempt coming up.
And I think we might have Mum or someone in the crowd with a phone very happy.
At 74 kilos. Weight class. Let's get behind him.
The interesting play here, if I might say, with Harry Liu missing 195 for the opener, which I believe was for start position or something similar. I can't recall exactly. But going up from 195 to 205.5, also a record attempt without yet being on the board. Big moves, big moves.
Let's go.
Sometimes these things pay off.
Let's go.
Interestingly, Harry called himself Squat Sensei on Instagram. So
There we go. He's going to live up to the name right here.
Squat Sensei, Sensei meaning master, or
coming out, fired up, asking the crowd to get around him. Yeah, rather nice there. It's clear to see why he was confident going up that 10.5 kilos. He was happy to clean things up.
He's excited about that.
And he's excited. 232.5.
That is what I would define as sub-junior energy.
Yeah.
Love to see it. It's interesting. We see the similar energy in our masters as our sub-juniors, I would
Yeah,
say.
exactly.
Love it, love it, love it.
Everyone loves a PB,
Absolutely.
and even more so a record.
Bar is loaded.
The raw passion is something that we could all take a leaf out of the book.
Support it, guys. There's a big lift.
Rowan comes out for a 232.5 squat here in the under 93s, plus 10 up from the opener. So you can see we've had a swapping of order between Harvey and Rowan because the jumps differ. Harvey originally came out first for 220. Rowan came out for 222, and now we've got a swap because the jumps were a little different.
Yeah.
We have a miss there on strength. Perhaps an element of technique that'll be fixed up
Try that again next time.
for the next attempt. I would assume that they will come out for the same number and reattempt that and hopefully lock it in for a 10 kilo increase on the total. Harvey next looking at 240.
Harvey's previous best was 225, so he's gets this on the board. It's a 15 kg PB
Wonderful.
on his second. Showing a bit of dominance in the Australian suit. Keeping the competitors honest where he's been, what he's achieved.
For sure.
Yeah, that looks good.
Moves through that really nicely.
It's a good lift.
Keeping the pressure in all the right places. And looks to have a bit of room there for a nice tidy increase. We should see 250 plus there from Harvey today.
Coming out for 162.5. He's in the 66 kilo weight class.
We're on the third attempts, which is the final attempt of the squat. Each lifter gets 3 attempts, and your best attempt goes towards your total score at the end of the day.
Bar is loaded.
And the best scenario is that you get all 3 attempts and you progressively increase each attempt.
That's it. And as I mentioned before, there are differing tactics.
Let's get behind him. It's third attempts, guys. Come on.
Jiden here with 162.5, taking a nice 12.5 kilo increase. I think he's good for this. He looks like he's moving through the weights really well. And everyone has different tendencies. He may drop off quickly, but I think he's going to be good for this 162. Let's go, Jiden.
Nice.
Smooth as you like.
He's happy with that. It's a good temp.
And that's a 22.5 kg totaling PB.
Stoked with that.
Staying on the bar for Liam. He's also a 66 kilo lifter.
Liam up next, matching the 162.5. Got good energy building in the crowd here today.
Go
They're
on,
in
guys.
the camper down quarters.
Let's support him. Let's go.
It's a great venue. The APA have selected for nationals this year. The platform's elevated, so everyone in the crowd can look up and get a good view.
Liam does really well there. Plenty of room, similar to Jiden.
We have 170 kilos going on the bar for Isaac.
Beautiful
Isaac is
lifting,
also
3
on
white
the
lights.
we've seen a lot of lifters hit PBs, as we were saying earlier. With younger lifters, there's a lot more potential for them to develop and
Isaac, let's go.
achieve their personal best.
Sorry, bro.
Thanks. Nice lift there from Isaac, 3 white lights.
172.5 going on the bar for Daniel.
Lifters also often get chalk on their back to help increase the friction and keep the bar in place on their back so it doesn't roll around and throw them off when they're going through their squat motion. Some of us prefer not to have chalk though.
Yes. Who could those people be? Yeah, look, chalk on the back. I think people do it because everyone does it.
Yeah.
Chalk's designed to dry things out. So on the hands, for bench press, squats, deadlifts. On the shirt, I mean, you know. Daniel looking strong and sturdy under this 172.5. Dips it in deep there.
No.
Just doesn't have quite enough to get through the middle there. Stay with the bar well, safely. Thank you to the spotters there for taking care of young Daniel.
He's in the under
Looks like Daniel's had to settle for a equal previous best there.
He's done well, and it's
165. Yep.
always tough when you get a close. That is a close miss. You know, it's not much too heavy. You know, which means maybe 170 was there today. And this is the game. This is, you know, we've seen a few easy thirds. That's more what you expect, is something tough, if not a little too hard. You know, this is the idea, is to try and squeeze out as much as you can within reason. Zaid looking like he's confident for this 175 plus 10 kilos from the second attempt. As long as he can get whites for that, that is an absolutely perfect third attempt. As alluded to before, this is a bit more what we expect to see on the thirds, pushing towards those limits and really seeing what you can do.
That's a 15 kg PB on previous best for Zaid.
Huge improvement. We love to see it. Owen looks at 180 kilos, 7.5 kilos up from the second attempt. Pretty comfortable there.
Yep. 3 white lights.
Good lift. We're back in the 66 kilos. We've got Darren
And
coming
as
up
mentioned
at
before, you know,
185.
each coach and lifter are going to have a different set of tactics. If there's strength on the deadlift, there might be a more conservative approach on the squat. Or if the squat is where really a lot of the kilos are being gained and maybe it doesn't impact the deadlift so much, you might see lifters push harder. It really depends, and it comes down to the individual.
Yeah, believe it or not, powerlifting isn't just all about strength. It comes down to strategy when there's some tight battles.
Absolutely. Oftentimes, we see lifters who aren't the strongest win.
Yep.
Because it's about being a good power lifter on the day, making those good selections, making attempts, and building up that total across the day. We see it all the time.
Yep, and we see that on the world stage.
Totally. Just got pushed slightly out of position there. Spotters have done well. 185 kilos back in the rack, but unfortunately not on the scorecard for Darren.
That's why we have spotters at competitions to help catch the bar if things go wrong.
That's it. Safety of the lifters, very, very important. It is also important for the lifters to be taking care of the spotters, staying with the barbell, not just dropping it on the spotters, which is done perfectly there by Darren. It's a mutual respect.
Yep.
Important to note as well that, you know, if something were to happen and a lifter were to do something negligent to hurt a spotter, they would be removed from the competition. William walking out 190 kilos to improve his squat by 10 kilos today. Dips in nicely. Good fight and just not enough. That is very close. Very, very close.
Flight B, you have 2 minutes to change your attempts. 2 minutes to change your attempts, flight B.
Another thing we'll see as lifters progress, as lifters get older, is mentally and physically being able to grind better and better and better. Not to say that you don't see young lifters grind well, it can happen, but we definitely see that skill set develop from years in the sport.
This is Cedric's third competition. I think it's his second with the Australian Powerlifting Alliance. Prior to that, he was competing with another federation. Not today.
That's bugger. Although that looked very strong and punchy and like he was going to get through it, the weight just didn't distribute correctly on the feet, and very quickly that 190 kilos is going to come back down if it's not being pushed up through correctly. It's a humbling reality of getting close to your top end. Things have got to be just right. You got to strike your technique just right.
We've got Jaden coming out to have another crack at a record attempt, basically to break his own record that he just set on his previous lift.
Let's go,
And
Jaden.
added 15 kilos to the record if he gets this.
I think we're going to see a good fight here.
He's looking confident.
Dips it in nicely. Ever so close, ever so close. A very good attempt, and just a hair too heavy today. Still manages to hold on to the 195 previous national record, which is a great achievement in its own right. But 15 kilos difference there, you know, a bit of a loss to the total today. Harry looking at adding 10 kilos to the previous very quick and easy 205.5, which seems a reasonable jump. I would expect we're going to see a nice smooth squat here if Harry can execute to the same standard. He was pretty fired up last time, and he's proving that he can replicate that energy again, as you would expect for that increase of load.
Harry's competing in the 74 kg weight class and looking to break his own record again.
It's very, very near 3 times body weight for this young man. He's moved through that. He's bobbled a little bit in the middle, and the refs will be assessing where was there any downward movement. The answer is no. 3 white lights. Wonderful execution there. Worked through things nicely.
He's absolutely ecstatic, as you would be.
He is pumped. It's like there may be a conversation from the referees for Harry there with belt throws and things like that. It is important that, although it's great to get excited on the platform, there's a certain manner in which it is okay to do that. We want to keep it professional. Make sure no one gets disturbed by your behaviour. Rowan on the 232.5 redemption third here.
Let's go, Rowan.
Come on, Rowan. Knees back.
We want to see this come up. Big push. And he's missed that, unfortunately, which leaves him with 222.5. Still a very strong squat, and he was able to get on the board today, which is the end of the day all that matters. I'm sure they'll be able to go back to the drawing board on the squat plan for next time. Every comp is an opportunity to learn. Harvey coming out with 255. I predicted he'd come out with 250 plus, and here he is with a 255. Again, I feel like we're going to see a good fight here.
Yeah.
He looks capable. The 240, I would predict he looks capable here. He's come out calm and confident. Pew-pews at the camera.
Harvey's come from South Australia.
I believe Harvey is self-coached, even though he's got someone here helping him today.
Yeah.
In everyday training in life, he's self-coached, which is rare to see from a young athlete, but he's clearly doing a good job. 255 pops out of the rack beautifully. Takes the time to settle himself. Now he's managed to stand up with that. I do believe we're going to see some downward movement reds here. And we do have a unanimous call for downward movement, which is just unlucky. It is quite rare that we see lifters actually manage to get to the top of a squat after downwards movement, but you can probably see pretty clearly on the live stream there that there was a little bubble in the middle. And that is one of the rules, that the bar cannot go down. It cannot go down once it has started moving up. So obviously it can go down on the way down, but once it starts moving upwards, it cannot go down again. That's same for squat, same for bench press, same for deadlift.
We're moving into the next flight. We have 2 flights. The first flight does their squats, then the second flight does their squats. And we're into the sub-junior 83s and 105s. We've got a stacked lineup of 83 sub-juniors. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 or so competitors, so it's going to be a hot contest.
Tommy here with 165 for the opener. Again, hoping to see some nice clean lifting, get on the board, do it right, and then move on towards those exciting thirds that we just witnessed.
Just to show I can't do mass under pressure, there's 11 lifters in the 83 class, not 9. Which is a pretty big flight for one weight class.
Absolutely it is. We find that of the weight classes, the more middle weight classes naturally have more lifters in them. Got young James coming out for 165 as well. I want to give a little bit of a shout out to the volunteers, the referees, the spotters and loaders on the platform, making sure that the competition is running safely and smoothly. Thank you, everyone. And very punchy there from James with 165 kilos. Looking like light work with Kelvin over there in the corner coaching. 3 whites, routine work, as we like to see on the openers.
You'll notice lifters wearing different soft suits, as they're called. They've got to be approved by the International Powerlifting Federation, different brands and companies. But they then can insert their individual flair with the colours of the suits or the accessories that go with those suits.
Yeah, it ensures that the lifters are on an even playing field. They can all have access to the same quality of equipment. Very smooth and strong there from Dashiell.
Next up, Stefan coming out for 185, followed by Peterson, then Evan.
Stefan up next, opens with 185 kilos.
Another lifter from Victoria, has competed in 4 competitions. This is his 5th competition. Placed 5th last year at Nationals, is ranked 3rd this year based on nominations.
That was a bit of ASMR there with the water. I was thinking, will it pick it up?
Yeah.
Let's go, Stefan. Right on the drop as well. And he's moved through that beautifully.
Lovely squat. And it's a good lift. Coming out for 187.5.
When a lifter checks in to the competition, they have to get all their gear approved, including their soft suit, their t-shirt, their socks, their lifting shoes, their lifting belt, wrist wraps, knee sleeves, to make sure it's all within the sanction approved equipment list. We've got Peterson here attempting 187.5 for his opening lift. Looks good. Move like an opener should. 3 white lights.
195 kilos weighted on the bar for Evan.
Evan's very new to the sport. He's had one competition which would have qualified him for this national event. He comes from WA. Yep,
It's a
good.
good lift. We have Max coming out for the same weight.
You might hear people use the term good lift. To get a good lift, you need three white lights or 2 white lights.
Yeah, it's a majority rules system, so it's very fair. You have 3 referees that each have an independent light system, which means that they can't influence each other's decisions. They're making independent decisions based on what they see from their angle, and they're sitting in 3 different positions across the room, so we get a good look at things.
Nice 195 opener from Max there.
Very strong and smooth there from Max. Something else the referees will do is they will move around as they wish to get a better look at things. So at the moment we have 2 of the side refs out of their chairs deciding that they'd like a bit of a different angle, which is totally within their right. They want to be able to judge things as fairly as they can.
Next up, we've got William Gwynn. He's attempting a 195 kg squat, same as the previous 2 competitors.
Big support in the crowd there.
Yeah, got a banner.
Posters.
William's a local Sydney boy.
And that's to replace the bar.
Unfortunately, he timed out.
Oh, my mistake. So he's timed out. The minute that we mentioned earlier is important to adhere to. If you get to 0 on the countdown timer before the head referee says squat and gives you that command to squat, your attempt is over. So that is a foul from William. You need to be a little bit quicker next time to make sure that he can actually make his attempt.
Next we've got Leroy attempting 200 kgs, and this is where we'll end up with 5 spotters as soon as we hit the 200 kg mark. have what we call a back spotter and then 2 side spotters on each side.
Yeah, and generally the spotters on the sides, one set are going to focus on the barbell, one set are going to focus on the plates, and the back spotter is really just there to coordinate things. They'll grab on, but you don't have a lot of leverage at the back to pull up on the bar. So all the other 4 spotters that will support things if needed. 200 kilos from Leroy. A big opening squat here. Squat command is given. Nice deep squat. Maybe a little bit misgroovy. Sometimes when lifters go extra deep in competition, things can get a little bit funky coming out of the hole. Not to worry, easy to clean up as you go and as those nerves settle.
As soon as the weight is over 200 kilos, you'll see they use 5 spotters to keep everyone safe.
Next up, we've got Jason Dayoub attempting a 205 kg opener. And I believe Jason's come all the way from WA. Competed in one comp which would have qualified him for the Nationals, and this is his second comp.
Amazing.
And he makes easy work of that.
And it's a good lift. 215 kilos going on the bar.
And we've got Jason in the 105 kg weight class and Sean Bader in the 105 weight kg class as well. Believe it or not, Sean Hemmings is coming up now. He's in the 83 class, but squatting around the level of the 105 kg lads. Oh no, this is Kurthan.
Kurthan comes out for 215 kilos in the 83s. Again, a very strong opener. This to be nice and smooth as well.
Go down. Like that. Hold.
Nicely done in 3 whites, textbook stuff.
182.5 kilos going on the bar for Tommy. Bar is loaded for Tommy.
Okay, next up we got Tommy taking a 182.5 second attempt.
That looks easy. And it's a good lift, 2 to 1.
Okay, 1 red on depth there, but the lift passes because 2 of the referees gave whites.
To squat with 197.
Really nice there from Tommy. Keen to see what he goes to next. Peterson coming out for a 197.5 squat, 10 up from the opener.
Bar is loaded.
Peterson's from WA as well. A few of the lifters here have made a long trip. There's a good representation from WA at the Nationals comp. And this will be equal his previous best.
Oof, moves nicely there, doesn't it?
Yep.
Very fast.
So right lights, beautiful stuff.
200 kilos going on the bar for Stefan.
Stefan onwards to 200.
Evan.
Max after that at 205, and Evan coming out for 210 after that. Nice even 5 kilo jumps here from these gentlemen.
Bar is loaded for Stefan.
You've heard us talk about sub-juniors. What age category are we looking at there, Matt? Under 18? is
Yeah,
it?
correct. Yeah, under
Yeah.
18. Yep. Until the year that the lifter turns 18.
Yes.
So we do have some 18-year-olds.
Yeah, a lot of these lifters are 17, 16. Seems to be the youngest in these 2 flights we've got here today. Which is crazy to think how strong some of these guys are.
Remarkable, isn't it? Stefan does well there, particularly fast descent, and manages things well. You get a really nice push out and bounce out with a fast descent. Also means that if you are, maybe a bit out of position, it can be quite costly. But that's the assessment, and that's what we mean about individualization of technique.
We've got 140 people watching on the live stream, so g'day to all the viewers. You can see your comments there. Looks like there's a few people, Dashield's popular online there.
Bar is loaded.
But yeah, give us a shout out and we'll give you a mention on the live stream. The APA certainly puts on a good quality live stream. Not sure about the commentators, but
They pick pretty ordinary commentators, let's be honest.
it is my debut.
Good to see you enjoying the lifting.
Next up, we've got Evan with a 210 second attempt. I don't think I'm speaking out of school. Evan, on his Instagram, calls his Ranger ripped, and I think we can see why he might call himself that. They look nice. Next up, we've got William. He didn't make his first attempt. I think he timed out, that's right. So he's gone up, decided to go up 15 kgs to 210. Must be confident he's got it in him. Started his squat well within time this time. And he's made nice work of that second.
Great second attempt. You'll remember, William.
Sometimes lifters will basically ignore the fact they missed their first and just go with the plan on their second.
215 kilos.
And it's paid off for William on that occasion.
That's it, and it totally depends on the reason for the miss, depends on where they're standing in the competition. So many things go into these decisions.
Bar is loaded.
Ultimately, all the coaches are making decisions in the best interest of the lifter. Seeing Leroy coming out now for 215 kilos on the second attempt. Nice and calm demeanor coming out. Taking the time to get focused. Locks his SBD belt in.
That belt we call a lever belt. So basically a lever that
We are getting a little bit close on the timer here. Mildly concerned. Should just be good. 15 seconds to go. He's got to make sure he gets into the appropriate position before the countdown finishes. We've got 10 seconds left. 7, 6, he's still moving. 4, 3, he's just made it with 3 seconds on the clock. And he's done rather well there. 2:15. On the board beautifully.
Push through the middle. We're adding 15 kilos to Jason's next attempt with 220. Jason's in the under 105 weight class.
We did get a blue card on the previous lift, which is something for the lifter to be aware of. It may have been due to the knees or the torso positioning. Anywho, Jason comes out now for 220, which is a record for the sub-junior 105 men. Records on second attempts, we love to see it.
Yep.
Moves that with ease.
Looking strong.
There's really not too much more to say. Moves that with ease.
235 kilos going on the bar for Kirtan. We're back in the under 83 kilo weight class.
Yeah, so in this flight, we've got 2 105 kg lifters, and we've got 11 83 kg lifters. So sometimes we chop and change depending on the weight that's been selected.
Yeah, mixing and matching depending on how many people enter the competition. As we said, you know, 83 is a very common weight class, particularly for these young men. Being a 105, being a 120 as an under 18-year-old is less common. So much more common we're seeing these, you know, 80, 81, 82, 83 kilo young men. Kirtan here with 235 kilos. I remember Kirtan's opener vividly because it was textbook, beautiful technique, no breakdowns. So I would fully expect this is going to be a really solid lift. In saying that, 20 kilo jump here, I love to see it. I love big jumps. And let's see how he goes. Oh,
Yeah,
really looked about the same, which is great. And I'll be very interested to see, you know, if we see the common 15 kilo jump from here, or whether we see another 20. I'd fully expect 250 from Kirtan next.
This is the heaviest under 83 kilo squat.
Now Sean here going for 250.5. Now, if I remember correctly, here this was the timeout.
Bar is loaded.
yeah.
Let's get behind him. It's a record attempt.
So he may have, if I am correct and this was a timeout, he may have gone and done it in the warm-up room and then continued on.
I'm not sure it was the time.
I'm not 100% sure, yeah, because I can't
think
see
it
on the
was William.
scoreboard.
It's 2:30 was his opener.
Yeah, it doesn't say red or green. Anyway,
Exactly.
we have a 250.5 here. Either way, we probably not remembered that correctly, but that's totally fine.
This
Record
was
attempt here.
when there was that bit of confusion on the tech desk, so maybe this. I'm pretty sure he got his opener.
Yep. Oh, wow.
He sunk that quick and popped the other hole quick.
And he has the record. 2-1.
That's a national record for Sean Hemmings in the 83 class.
Sean Bader, 292.5 kilos.
And you'll see that number 250.5 when you go to exceed a record, you can chip it, which is like a 0.5 increment. That's the only time you can use a 0.5 increment is on a record. Otherwise, you have to go up by 2.5 kg increments. All right, we've got Sean Bader repeating his opener. He jumped the start command, I believe, so it was just more of a technical rule that it wasn't a strength or issue. So I fully expect he'll get this. As I said, I've seen that he's squatted 300 kgs in the gym. That looks good. Yep, he's on the board. And it's a record at that.
We're going back to the top. James is coming up for
He's done well there.
Yep. Redeemed himself.
Keen to see what he goes up to.
I was saying, Matt, I've seen on his Instagram that he's squatted 300 kgs in the gym.
Okay.
So I'd expect he'll be around that mark or above it, based on the way that moved.
Eagerly watching the scoreboard to see what's entered. 315, if you will.
Huge.
James here coming out for his third attempt, 182.5. We did see a bit of work done on that second attempt, so I would expect this to be a good solid fight. And I was wrong. That was very easy. 3 white lights.
And it's a good lift.
Another reality of that higher bar position is that the second might have just been not the right spot in the technique or in the bar position, which can make things feel quite tough. But he's absolutely blown that up with a few kilos in the tank, you would say.
Yeah. I'm a masters lifter. I can see from the comments online we've got a lot of juniors, some comments that aren't appropriate to be put. Not necessarily appropriate on to comment, but not that I will repeat back.
Yeah, let's be wary as well. Let's keep it PG. We do have people of all ages tuning in. Dashio coming out for 187.5 plus 7.5 from that 180. Hits it nicely. I'll be interested to see what the depth call is here. We got Jacob in the way, but he's got 2 red lights, unfortunately, for depth, so both side referees were not happy with the depth there. It did look higher than the previous attempt, and unfortunately not quite to standard for the referee's liking.
And if you're watching on the live stream, obviously we've got a straight on view, and it's a bit harder to tell the depth from the straight on.
That's it, and you'll often see what happened exactly there, which is the front ref giving the white, because it is a little bit tougher to tell, so the borderline calls, it comes down to the side refs ultimately.
Yep.
If it's, clear for all to see, that the head ref will give the red. Tommy, 192.5 plus 10. That's a solid jump. Let's see what he can do. He's done very well there. Lights are loading, waiting for a decision. And it's 3 whites. Beautiful to see. 3 from 3 for Tommy.
And a 7.5 kg personal best.
Love to see it. Stefan coming out next. 205, just a slight increase from the second, which means that might have felt a little bit tough. Just saying, what can I get out of this? Can I get a few more kilos, against my competitors here?
As a lifter, we always want to try and get a personal best, but it doesn't always happen. But when it does, we're happy.
Absolutely. Good energy here. He knows he's going to need to give everything to this to get those precious 5 kilos. Unrack looks solid. We know we're going to see a fast descent here. Can he get it back up? That's a beautifully picked 205 and a beautifully executed 205. 3 white lights, absolute textbook. Be stoked with that. And you always love to see third attempts where it moves well, but there's not much left. That's an ideal third attempt, especially on a squat, just starting your day. It's also fine to empty the tank, isn't it, Shauno?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you would know nothing about that, would you?
No, not at all.
It's going to happen from time to time, and that's wonderful too. I mean, that's half the fun of it.
Yeah.
But as well, you're thinking about the rest of the day and making sure you're pacing yourself. And weighing up the risk of possibly missing,
Yeah. Okay, we got
210.
for Peterson.
Peterson looking good here so far. Interesting, taking a 10-kilo jump from the start to from the first to the second, and then a 12-kilo jump from the second to the third. A little bit irregular, but again, different tactics. And that's why.
Yep.
Because coach went, hey, you look pretty good today, better than we might have thought. We need to take a bigger jump than we'd planned.
And that's a 17.5 kg PB.
There it is. And one referee not happy with depth, but that's not enough to make it a bad lift. As we've outlined before, majority rules. 2 whites, 1 red for that lift.
At some competitions, they'll have what's called a jury, but we haven't got that at this national event.
Yeah, usually that's an international thing. It can be enacted at a national level event. And the jury is almost like a secondary system scanning the comp to make sure that the referees are making the appropriate calls. Here we have, you know, the appropriate level, the appropriate qualified referees for a national event, plus lots of experience out here in the referees. Smooth there from Max. 212.5, moving beautifully. Coach just kind of arms in the air going, mate, we had a bit more than that.
That's a 12.5 kg PB.
That's why, you know, hitting the 12.5 kilo PB like that is good news. That's a good day in the office. Leroy coming out for a very conservative 2.5 kilo jump. Again, indicating that the 215 felt tough. And we're just making sure we get a bit more on the board here. Leroy settles the weight. Does a much better job there of grooving that weight well. Maybe even had a little bit in the tank, but a really good selection and a really good execution there from Leroy.
Very nice, and another 17.5 kg PB there.
Huge. Evan looking to hunt down 220 kilos.
Evan's ranked second based on nominations today, so he'll want to get this to keep him in the game.
100%.
Got some people online egging on Evan. Come on, Evan. Oh, no.
And that's a good catch by the spotters.
He's looking solid there, but he's just rocked back toward the heels there.
Going on the bar. William.
Yep, so he's ended the squats on his equivalent best.
Here comes William. Big support from the crowd here for William.
Yep.
225.
215, 210 look nice.
He's got an impressive moustache for a young man. I'm not jealous.
Yeah.
29 and very bare-faced over here.
I didn't grow my moustache till I was over 50.
Well, I commend you both. Coach Yanni over there prompting William to just take it easy. Don't rush. Moment of truth for William. It's not quite there today. 210 to 225 is a sizable jump and just proved to be a little bit too much.
You might notice we've got some people squatting in flats, as we call them, casual everyday shoes, and then we've got people in proper squat shoes with heels to help with achieving depth.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, depending on the lifter, you know, flats, you know, oftentimes will still be like a lifting shoe, you know, a shoe designed for the sport. But totally depends on the leverages and the strengths of the lifter, the mobility of the lifter, what suits you best. Jason here looking at a 230 kilo squat. Bit of roll up the back, but he's dealt with that well.
That's a 25 kg PB, a nice day out in the office.
Ended up with one red light there for perhaps missing the call on the way in, but not enough to have a fouled lift. Must have been quite close. That's a red light with a yellow card.
Kirathan's squats are being moving nicely. So
They've been great. I was predicting Kirathan might be squatting 250 today. He's opted for 247.5. I think that's probably a wise choice. I think this is definitely within his capabilities.
Nice.
That is just such impressive squatting.
Exactly. So
Such impressive squatting for a young lifter.
technically proficient.
Really wonderful. Very respectful, thanking the spotters. Got one depth call there, but at 2-1.
And that's a 27.5 kg PB for Kirathan. All right, we've got another big squatter coming out, Sean Hemmings with 260.5. Because he's already broken the record, he's opted to go up 10 kgs.
Bar is loaded for Sean. He's going for the Australian record. Let's get behind him.
The national record. Hyping up the crowd, get behind him. Sometimes it's that little extra bit of motivation you need. Setting up under the bar, looking strong. Nice unrack. Sinks it. Oh, nice grinder. I don't think there was any up-down movement, so it looks like it's good. Oh, no, 2 reds. 1 blue card and 1 blue card normally means up-down movement. Yellow could be a number of technical rule breaches. Up-down, yep.
We have another record attempt. It is Sean Bader. He's going for 315 kilos. He's an under 105.
We've got Sean Bader here going, boosting his own record up to 315. As I said, I've seen him squat 300 kgs in the gym.
This will be an unofficial world record.
Unofficial world record.
Let's go. Let's get behind him.
You can only set world records at a national event, international event. That's why we're saying it's unofficial, because it won't be recognised in the national competition. But on paper, if he gets this, it will be unofficially a world record. That looks good, he's done it, yeah. Huge, absolutely huge.
Unofficial world record.
Hopefully he can get himself to Worlds, Junior Worlds this year, and do that in the world stage, and it will become an official world record. That's the end of our squatting session, so we'll have a break now for 10 minutes and we'll see you soon.
Up next is the bench press. After unracking the bar, the athlete will lie completely motionless with their elbows locked. The head referee will give the start command. The bar is lowered and paused until it is motionless on the chest. The athlete will receive the press command, pushing the bar back to the starting position. Once motionless, the rack command is given. A good lift is awarded where elbows are locked, the head and glutes remain in contact with the bench throughout the lift, the feet remain flat on the platform, adequate elbow depth is reached, there is no downward movement of the bar, and all commands are followed.
Back. We're now about to commence the bench press session. So we go back up to the top of flight A. We have flight A complete their 3 benches, and then we move on to flight B who do theirs. And then after that we move on to the deadlifts, the final lift of the competition. So we got Jyden opening with 90 kgs. Nice smooth lift.
Harry's coming out for 95 kilos. He's an under 74. Bar is loaded for Harry.
Now we've got Harry coming out for his first attempt, 95. This is equivalent to his previous comp best. Had to re-rack that.
Came up well. Is this on?
So there are a number of
100 kilos
positional
going to the bar.
requirements in the bench press to get a start command. The lifters have to have their feet flat on the floor. The buttocks have to be in contact with the bench. The head has to be in contact with the bench. And the elbows have to be locked out. And all fingers, including the thumb, have to be enclosed around the barbell. Can't be in a suicide grip, which is where the thumb's over the top. There's a lot of things being ticked off here. And it can take a little bit of time for the referees to sort of approve that position. And like I said, there's a lot of things that can be wrong where the referee might say, hey, put the bar back in the rack. As you'll probably see on the stream, there are 3 commands given for the bench press. On the squat, we heard squat and rack. On the bench press, we're hearing start, press, rack. Start allows the lifter to begin the lift. They must then hold the bar on the chest motionless, and then the press command is given. And then once they exhibit control at the top of the lift, the rack command is given. Isaac, you're looking at 100 kilos. It's gone simultaneous with that press call. We've gotten a red for it from 2 referees. Oftentimes, when lifters go simultaneous, the head ref will give the red and maybe the side refs will give a white because they can't be absolutely sure. Also, there's the slightest delay of them hearing, even though it's very minor, relative to what they're seeing.
He missed his commands in the last one, that's why he didn't get the lift. 105 on the bar.
Point being, each referee sort of has primary things they're looking for. So the side referees are not primarily trying to judge the calls. That's the head referee's primary role. The side referee is looking a lot at the feet, looking a lot at the hands, looking a lot at the bums on the bench, little things like that, because they have a better angle. Again, that's why it's really important we have 3 referees with differing angles, so we get a nice picture of whether this lift should pass. Smooth lifting there from Darren with 105. So far everyone's made their lifts so far except for Isaac. Isaac's chosen to still increase from the 100 kilo opener to 105. Considering that was just for jumping the call, that's pretty appropriate as long as he can hold that on the chest next time.
You'll notice the lifters also try and create an arch to reduce the range of motion and give them a better opportunity of lifting a heavier weight. Some people can naturally arch better than others.
Absolutely. And also regarding that arch and the range of motion, there is a rule, a newly incorporated rule in the IPF that the underside of the elbow joint must go below the top surface of each respective shoulder. So the referee, the head referee, again, is the primary ref that is going to judge that, although the side referees can still relatively judge this rule. But it is important that, on the note of the arch, that lifters aren't arching so much, that they reduce the ROM so much that they don't achieve that depth. It's somewhat similar to the idea of the depth rule in the squat, although possibly harder to judge at times. I won't go into my honest thoughts on the depth rule, but here we are, here we are.
We've got Owen attempting 112.5 kgs for his opener. That might be better. The bench press also, like all lifts, depends on people's physiology. People that have longer arms might be disadvantaged in the bench press versus those that seem to have shorter arms.
That's exactly right, and I would say that we see that across the span of the comp, different spread of where people's strengths and weaknesses are. Got Rowan coming out for 115 here. What I'll say about the bench press is it's the most hackable in terms of technique. you can do things like arching, you can change your grip width significantly so that you can really hack the technique and be very efficient. There are a lot of long-armed bench presses who are quite strong. Whereas you just don't see that as often with leverages that disadvantage you in the squat and the deadlift. Because like I say, you know, they're not quite as hackable. There are things you can do on the squat and the deadlift, but there's not as many things.
In the under 66 kilo weight class,
And that's, you know, some people like to complain about this element of powerlifting, but ultimately, powerlifting is a problem-solving sport of how efficient you can make your body move through space and lift the most amount of weight. That's the goal.
Yeah, definitely.
So we do see people doing that and making the most of that on all three lifts. They're probably the most noticeable on the bench press.
Jaden opening there on 117.5 kg, which is, oh no lift.
Two red lights there. Got a yellow card for the bench press, which is going to be for the calls. There was also a slight movement. So there's a rule with a yellow card where if the lifter changes that elected lifting position, raising the head, you know, moving the shoulders or bum from the original points of contact, these are all deemed to be red lights. So you must stay stuck in that start position. So there are a few things that can be the reason for this yellow carded red light. But I think we heard that it was based on the calls. You can sort of tell sometimes the referees will sort of look a bit, disappointed because you've done so well and you've just missed that little thing at the end or at the start, you know?
Yeah. We've got a Liam opening on a record attempt now, 118.5.
Absolutely flying there. So we got 2 to 1, and I would say that one red would be for elbow depth.
All right, we've got 122.5 kilos going on the bar for William.
And I was expecting it to be possible that was going to be borderline on elbow depth, and we can probably see that from the live stream that, you know, the underside of the elbow is coming to, you know, about that shoulder position. The more I watch that video back, you know, I think that that's absolutely fair that he's gotten 2 to 1. But again, this is why we have 3 referees to get that full 360. Because we're only seeing a live stream view. We're only seeing our view from here. The idea is the referees have the best seat in the house. So anyone that thinks they can tell better than referees, oftentimes, you're wrong.
And obviously not anyone can be a referee.
That's right, especially at a national level. Got to pass exams, do a certain amount of experience, be assessed. Refereeing and refereeing any sport's a tough job. You know, you're always at this under scrutiny one way or the other. Will gets a 122 really nicely on the opener there. And Cedric will be coming out for a national record attempt at 130 kilos here. Following that, we'll have Harvey also coming out for a national record attempt with 155.5.
This is a 74 kg weight class record.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing some benches here from Cedric maybe getting towards that double bodyweight spot. Keep in mind, double bodyweight here is somewhere in the realms of the 145 to 148 mark. I mean, he's 72.9, so 146-ish. He's done the bench press there without any calls.
Unfortunately, he missed the call. He'll come out and attempt that again.
He's moved it really well.
3 calls in
If I were his coach there, I'd probably be increasing that and just reminding him that you've got the calls. And this is, again, we've got to remember that oftentimes these lifters are doing their first couple of comps, even though it is a national level. And one of the most, I guess, early mistakes lifters will make is just forgetting that the calls exist. They're nervous, they're coming out, they're really focused on performing, and they'll go, oh, I've forgotten the call's even supposed to happen. So he's just done everything there. He's skipped the start, skipped the press, skipped the rack, and, you know, he doesn't get that lift, unfortunately.
We've got Harvey
They have
up.
elected to put in 130 again, which is probably wise.
Yeah. And we've got Harvey now opening on a record as well, 155.5.
Nice assertive bench pressing there from Harvey.
And he has the record.
He's happy about that.
Pretty hyped up about that one.
Back to the top. We've got Harry with 97.5 kilos.
You'll notice we talk about weight classes. Basically, let's say, for example, the 66 kg weight class, the lifter can be anywhere from the previous weight class, which is 59 kgs, so 59.1 up to 66.0 kgs.
0.05 even.
05,
Yeah,
yeah.
59.05 would be the lightest.
Rounded down, yep.
That's it. Always 0.05 increments when you weigh in.
Yep. But it's advantageous to be at the upper end of the weight
Yeah,
class.
exactly. But
Weight-
yeah, you can weigh in on the dot.
Yep.
Yeah, so 66.0 would be the heaviest you can be. It's
Yeah.
perfect, yeah.
Yep.
Another topic we might touch on just after this bench from Harry is why body weight matters in some scenarios. Clean pressing there from Harry. Locking in a nice 97.5. Beautiful. So when it comes to body weight in powerlifting, the rules state that if two lifters tie on total, the winner is the one with a lighter body weight. So this is a rule that, being aware of, you are going to have to alter maybe deadlift attempts because someone went before you and did a certain total. You cannot equal them if they are lighter than you. You have to outright beat them. It's also somewhat of an advantage for someone who is deadlifting late in the competition and is lighter. They only have to equal their competitor to actually win. Important tactical information if you want to be a coach in powerlifting. 100 kilos here from Jayden. Smooth enough. Really nice second attempt there. Very pleased with that. I think that's also one of the cool things about sport in general, but powerlifting specifically, is seeing all the different personalities.
Yeah.
You have some lifters who come out, they're quiet, they're focused, they do their lift, they get off the platform. There's a lot of, emotion and celebration, or maybe even behind the banner over there. And other lifters, they put on the show. There's a lot more, extroverted nature, and they'll celebrate out on the platform, and it's good to see the variance out here today. Isaac looking at 105 here for his second attempt. Nice slow controlled descent. Does really well there.
It's a good lift.
Good lift, he's on the board with his bench.
27.5 kilos going on the bar for Daniel.
Yeah, he's done really well there. Gone up from a missed opener and gotten it.
Bar is loaded.
Daniel's previous best is 112.5. Looks like he's kind of tracking towards that. The lifter also has an option to get someone to help them unrack the bar, or they can do it themselves.
Great fight.
He's done well to lock that out. 107.5, hopefully on the board there.
It's a good lift.
Daniel's done well. I'd be surprised to see him come out for another one, but we have seen crazier things happen.
Bar for Darren. Bar is loaded for Darren.
Darren on his second attempt.
That moved well.
No, we've got 3 reds. 2 reds indicating, red cards indicating it might be a depth issue.
Unfortunately, his bottom came up as he brought down. 115 kilos going on the bar. Bar is loaded for Zaid.
Here comes Zaid, 115 kilos for the bench second attempt.
Moves well.
Nice second at 115. His previous best is 117.5, so it looked like he definitely had more than 2.5 kilos in for the
120
next lift.
kilos going on the bar for Owen. Bar is loaded for Owen.
After each attempt, the coach makes a selection in consultation with the lifter most times, and they then submit that selection for the next attempt.
Most times. There's certainly a time and a place to not listen to the lifter.
Exactly.
Ironically. Now, truthfully, you know, as a coach, we see a big difference from lifter to lifter. Some very level-headed in competition, others a bit more emotional. It's important as coaches for us to cut through that, be objective. Nice work there from Owen. Might have missed a call there, but still managed to get the lift.
122.5 kilos going on the bar for Rowan. Bar is loaded for Rowan.
We've got Rowan matching his previous best here on his second attempt. Bit of hard work there. A good lift.
Same weight on the bar for Jaden.
Probably take the smallest possible increase on the next lift based on that one, I'd say.
Bar is loaded.
Got Jaden going for a record here. Needs to get this lift to get his bench on the board, as we say.
That looks more like it. Let's see what the refs say.
Yeah, he's got
He
that
has the record.
on the board with the record.
Lovely work there from Jaden again, you know, making the decision to go up after a missed opener. Gutsy move, but it paid off in this case.
We have Liam coming out to try and take that record back. The 123 kilos.
Something to
Bar
note is
loaded.
that the records are able to be taken in integers of 0.5. Half a kilo increments are allowed for national record attempts. This can be a competitive advantage. If somebody takes a half kilo chip, let's say on a bench press, in this instance Liam taking 123, then a competitor will have to take a whole 2.5 kilo increase later on the day in a bench press or a deadlift to actually match, or beat, Liam. So it's a credible advantage when you can take it. In this instance, Jaden hit 122.5, and a 123 is the next bump up for Liam. He's moved it smoothly.
See what the ref says. It's a good lift, just like that. He takes the record back.
Nice little battle here for the record, for the bench press record between Jaden and Liam in the 66 kilo class. Jaden has lodged 127.5. I would assume Liam's coach will lodge 127.5 as well. If these two lifters, well, he may not actually. He may look to take 128 regardless, again, to get that chip, because 127.5 is not a very helpful record attempt in regard to the advantage. It's a normal jump.
Put in 128.
Totally. So Liam's coach there has decided we would like to gain the tactical advantage, not just the record, but we want the tactical advantage of that 0.5 as explained. William, 127.5 for the second, third last for our second attempts today on the bench press in the A group. He's done well there. Pure white lights, straightforward, really solid second attempt. 130 coming up next for Cedric, which is a re-attempt of the opener which was missed, and it is a national record attempt in the under 74 kilo class. Now this was the gentleman who didn't listen for the calls.
Yep.
This should be an easy fix. He just needs to slow down, listen, and then do the lift. Sounds easy enough. So he's unracked it once. Referees aren't happy.
No, not good.
And once again, he has to replace the bar. He's got 13 seconds if he wishes to reattempt. 10 seconds. He's going to have to be quick with it. This will be tough work if he does manage to get a start. Excellent work. That is outstanding to be able to go through 3 unracks.
It's a good lift.
130 for a national record.
Great work to deal with that. We have 165.5 kilos.
So this is what I was talking about before. There are so many elements to the bench press setup. And if you get one of those things wrong and 2 referees notice, you're not going to be allowed to start the lift. You're going to be told to replace the bar. So we had 3 separate unracks there. And a successful lift. It must be a lightweight, relatively lightweight for him, because if you were to unrack it 3 times for a genuinely tough weight, that's going to be the difference between making and missing. So hopefully Cedric can, even though he's on the board, which is fantastic, so awesome, hopefully he can clean that up further, because like I said, as he gets higher and higher, you can't afford to be making those errors. Harvey coming out here for a plus 10, 165.5. Again, gaining a chip advantage here. Assertive down. Bit tough on the way up. The nature of the descent there being quite heavy and hard. 3 white lights there. The nature of that... he's letting us know he's here. The nature of that descent being so hard and heavy and a bit of a sink is it's a bit of a double-edged sword. It can be really handy. You can use the heave of the body weight to kind of get the bar back up. But if you go too hard, it can kind of take the wind out of you and take your tension away, which it seemed like that's what happened there. I would not be surprised if Harvey added 5 to that, improved the execution, and got it.
All right, we've got Harry on his 3rd attempt, going for a 10 kg personal best. Issue with the setup.
A good fight there for 102.5 to add 5 kilos to the resume for the day, and he's chuffed with that.
Yeah.
It's over the 100 kilo mark.
Man's got hops. Yeah, just some serious vertical.
We saw Harry do one of the heaviest squats in that weight class, but the lowest bench, and I guess that's what we're talking about, different physiology. And
Absolutely. And I think, having a strength in squat and or deadlift and having maybe a bit of a weakness in a bench press, that's kind of okay, because we can see where the bulk of the kilos come from with those bigger lifts. But in saying that, we know some bench beasts out there who do end up winning on total. It does happen. So very interesting to see again how the ratio of lifts plays out. Jiden here with 107. Bit of a wobbly pause there, but he's gotten the call. Successfully locked it out. And 3 white lights.
that's a 17.5 kg PB, so no wonder he's happy.
Big subtotal improvement there from Jiden.
Bars loaded.
And he's gone 6 from 6.
Daniel up next with 110 kilos, 2.5 up from the second here. I do recall not thinking he would come out for the third based on the difficulty of the second. So let's see if he can groove this a little bit better. Again, bench is probably one of those lifts where you can have those improvements of execution and suddenly there are a few kilos there. Same goes the other way though. Execution slightly off, you can lose a few kilos. He's done better there. Absolutely brilliant. He's really turned that around. Much better attempt than the 107. You could see on the descent, 3 white lights, you can see on the descent he had far better control and position there, and it made all the difference. And that was actually a cleaner, maybe slightly easier push there than the 107. So absolutely to the point of what I was saying before. Isaac also coming out for 110. Same weight stays on. Isaac looks to extend the subtotal here by another 5 kilos, 5 precious kilos oftentimes. Gets the start command. Big push there, he's fighting. He's done rather well.
Comes up well.
Smooth lift as expected. One referee thinking that there was maybe a call missed. There's been a bit of today. There's been a bit of call missing here and there. And again, sort of alluded to this early on in the piece. Young lifters, a couple comps deep, missing calls. It's very common and it's important to make those mistakes and learn from those things. That's what competition experience is.
Yeah. And it's also important to practice those calls in training.
Absolutely, and we're sort of witnessing that today. A lot of these lifters, they're here performing beautifully, but also learning a lot. Darren here with 112.5, a retake from a missed second. See if he can get it. Nicely executed there.
Yep.
Yeah, you could really see again that descent, just full control, really positioned himself well and cleaned up whatever went wrong on that second attempt. Seems a bit ho-hum after that because he probably realizes that maybe I've left a few kilos on the table there if I executed like that on the second. But that's the sport, and he's coming. The important part is he's clutched those kilos back.
Bars loaded for Zaid.
Zaid here looking at 120 kilos on the bar at under 74, weighing in at 73.1 today.
This will be a 5 kg PB if he makes a successful attempt.
I remember when I was in school, it was a big deal to bench 100
Exactly.
at 90 kilos, let alone 120 at 73.1.
I didn't bench 100 till I was in my 40s.
In dog years. He's done well there. Good fight overall. How do we feel about the standards for the referee? Okay, 2-1. He gets the lift. Got a blue card there, which means there may have been a bit of perceived downward movement of the bar, but pass lift.
122.5.
Another reason a blue card can be given is that the lift gets completed, but the elbows aren't locked out or something like that. You know, it's perceivably finished, but it's not.
Yeah.
Same thing can happen in the squat. Someone finishes the lift, but they're sort of not fully stood up. Lots of rules.
Yep. We've got Owen on his third attempt, 122.5.
Easy lift there.
Yep. That's a 7.5 kg personal best.
Beautiful effort there from Owen.
We now have Rowan coming out with 125.
Gone from Owen to Rowan.
Bars
125 kilos. Bar goes up 2.5. 2 reds and a clip. For those who aren't aware, the collars on the outside of the bar weigh 2.5 kilos each, which is important. These are used in competition because, like the plates, they are calibrated. And they also help to tighten the weights together so there's no jingling and keep things safe. Fun facts with Matt. Everyone's like, I don't care, dude. Lovely press there. Well executed. Well selected number. A little grin from coach, kind of going, oh, should we have gone more there?
Yeah. That 122.5, his second attempt was tough going.
Yep.
And I wasn't surprised he only went up 2.5, but he made good work of it.
Comp's moving at a great pace. Once again, thank you to the referees and the squatters and loaders. Competition is going beautifully. So we're looking at 127.5. If you remember, Liam took the 123 record from Jaden hitting the 122.5. Jaden's now saying, oh, I'd like that back. 127.5. Load that up. Let's give it a good press.
No,
Puts
not
in the
today.
work, but unfortunately not quite there. Looked like a little bit of a funky descent. Like he didn't quite break with the right pattern. And subsequently not quite there for him today. So Liam, regardless of how this lift goes, will retain the bench press record for the under 66 kilo sub-juniors. It's a national bench record. He hopes to extend it here by 5 kilos and put 5 kilos on the subtotal.
Not only do we have a total overall battle, but we have battles within battles on the different lifts.
Exactly. I must say his 123 looked really solid. I would expect this to be there.
And Liam looks like one of those lifters that's built for benching with the leverages.
He's locked it out.
Nice.
Yeah, 3 white lights, happy days. 128 on the board. Extends his own national record from the previous attempt and goes 3 from 3 on bench press. Happy days. 130.5 coming up for William in the 74 kilo class. Also a national record. Again, this is a chip on Cedric's previously attained national record of 130.
Let's go, William.
So again, we have another bench battle here in the 74s.
Let's go, William.
Not a terrible move here because, you know, Cedric's taking a pretty hefty jump. And with that, there's a risk of him missing. And then William being left with the record if he gets this. So,
Exactly.
love to see these coaching plays. Extremely good pause.
Yep.
He's made great work of that. We should see no reason there for anything wrong.
Yep.
3 white lights and a really well executed third, well selected third. And either will hold the national record or might lose it in 60 seconds. We'll find out.
Bars loaded. He wants to take his record back.
Cedric here looking to add a whopping 7 kilos to that record. Not just chip it, but add a huge 7 kilos to it.
It looks like it's in his wheelhouse. He had to unrack 3 times and got that 130. So
You would expect so.
If he
Let's see how
can-
he goes with his heels this time.
exactly, if he can get a clean call, which he has.
He's pressed that well. He did knock the rack on the way up, which is allowed. And unfortunately, we do have 2 red lights for missing a call. There may have been a call there for the rack call.
We have 168.
The coach will come over and have a chat with the referees. Hitting the rack isn't inherently an issue, but if he flies back into where the re-rack happens, that becomes open to interpretation for the referees as to whether they racked early. So lifters do have to be careful of that. You need to press straight up, and you need to be out of the J-hooks for the rack command.
Okay, yep.
Although the tap on the way up, hitting the rack's okay. But there's that element of landing in where the J-hooks are. Oh, you've kind of, it's like accidentally stepping in on the squat, right?
Yeah, so William holds that record for the 74.
Yeah, it
kg
ended up
bench.
being a great play, and they've retained that record. Harvey here looking at 168, a little less than what I thought he might go for. I think if he hits this nicely, he's going to hit this really smooth. Just a little bit too much, and whether that's a similar thing to the second or whether that's just getting close to his top end and that's just how his bench press behaves, and from a performance perspective, we may never know. That's his personal sort of assessment. But ultimately a good number to pick there. You know, he was right there. It looks a little, we see that replay there, it looks a little tipped over, and maybe that was a part of it.
Yeah.
In either way, he's safe. Spotters took care of him, and he's done beautifully on the subtotal.
We're back to the top of the second flight now.
Here we go, back to openers.
83s and the
Back to easy ones.
105s.
Bar is loaded for Peterson.
Hope you're all enjoying the stream, the quality of things and all the stats that we're getting here and all the awesome mug shots that we have for the lifters. Definitely a bit of variation in there. Keep in mind, if you have any questions for us here, throw it into the comments. We'll be happy to answer any curiosities. And thanks for the support.
Just keep it clean.
Always, 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 always. Yeah, we actually, I think we actually have someone who kind of observes the chats and would actually potentially boot people. I think there's a capacity for that, so be careful out there. So back to openers, back to clean ones, easy lifts, hopefully. And starting off here with Peterson, 100 kilos, very routine. 3 white lights. You see the spotters, they're absolutely hustling to keep this comp moving on pace. Underappreciated. So thank you again, spotters, referees, you're amazing. We love you, and we could not compete without you.
Bar is loaded for
The majority of spotters and loaders or volunteers in general are either lifters or coaches or themselves. And there are actually criteria if you want to compete internationally around volunteering, giving back to the federation.
That's it, that's it. Ultimately, this whole ship runs on, you know, the sweat and tears of volunteers.
Your commentators are a coach and a lifter as well.
That's
and
it.
a lifter.
That's it, that's it,
And
that's it.
volunteering here, we're not getting paid for our excellent commentary.
How much do you reckon they'd pay us, Shauna, if we were on a salary?
Deadlift squat.
Yeah, bit of a kick in the guts.
Your dulcet tones, you might get paid more than me.
Look, we think we're really funny, but we won't go much further with that because it's getting very dad jokey.
Yeah. That's not even a dad yet, but he's close.
Couple weeks out. Couple weeks out. Easy on.
Oh, we got Cons online saying he loves these commentators.
Konza, you're so appreciated. Alright, Kithan here. Our textbook squatter is what's seared into my memory here, coming in for a bench press of 107.5. As mentioned before, you know, long arms here, big range of motion, a lot of work to do. Interested to see what we'll see on the deadlift here from Kithan, right? But a good start there. Again, building the total, getting on the board. That's the job for our openers.
110 kilos going on the bar
You might be able to correct me, Matt, but I think I heard a stat that the squat and deadlift contribute, on average, 40% to a person's total, and benches 20%.
It sounds about right.
It
I mean,
varies,
of
obviously.
course it varies,
Yeah.
but that makes sense. I mean, let me punch in my own. Mine might be
Yeah.
a bit different to that, but
I know
what, 20%?
I don't conform to the norm. My squat's a lot
Yeah.
weaker than my deadlift.
Yeah, so like in my case, mine might be closer to 30% for my bench, and you know, it's going to be variance there. But I mean, it's not a terrible take, not a terrible kind of rule set to start with. Naturally, you know, a lot coming from the realistically, bench press the least, squat the next, deadlift the most for most people. But you do get some swapping around. Some people who squat more than their deadlift.
Yep.
Some people who bench press nearly what they squat.
Exactly.
I mean, you got the guys like Jonathan Keiko benching 250 and squatting about 300.
Yeah.
That's incredible. It's all kilos on the total.
Exactly.
One red light there, which would suggest perhaps a depth call. Let me watch that replay. I didn't quite catch that.
Bar is loaded.
Yeah, it's possible that one side there was high. Yeah, that would probably be the call there. But one red, all good.
We've got William opening with 110.
It's kind of a funny thing, like squat, if you don't hit depth, you're doomed because you have two referees looking at depth.
Yeah.
Whereas on bench, if you don't hit depth and it's close, you'll probably be okay.
Yeah, because you've only got
You
the
know what I
head-
mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
Head referee looking.
Yeah,
mainly.
it's kind of interesting. The other refs are looking, but like this don't have a good look, like a good angle.
Yeah.
110 moving nice there for William.
It's a good lift. 117.5 kilos going on the bar now for Evan. Bar is loaded.
Here we go, Evan, all the way from WA with a 117.5 opening attempt. A light 83 lifter, weighing it at 80.75. Good
Good
lift.
lift. 120 kilos on the bar with Stefan. He'll be followed by James.
Some people elect to wear a belt on bench, but from what I've seen, the majority haven't here. Some people prefer it for extra brace and support.
Yeah, the belt's a funny one on bench press. It can, like you say, really support the position, but it can also inhibit the ability to arch. There's actually, not sure if you've heard of bench belts, but there's actually a thinner version of the belt that you can wear. Actually seeing Liz over there, she's doing some emceeing. I vividly remember her wearing a bench belt when I was competing out at Strength Syndicate in Canberra. Because yeah, it kind of gets best of both worlds, but very uncommon. First and only time I've ever seen them. That was a while back. That was a little while back.
Yep.
Jeez. I've been around for a minute, mate.
Yep.
So's Liz. Much longer than I.
Yep. This is a goat of Australian
That's it.
powerlifting.
James here looking at 120 kilos to open his day on bench press. Had a flawless 3 from 3 day on the squat. Looking to carry that on.
James is actually opening on his previous best.
That's big news.
Yep. Heels.
He has to replace the bar due to the heels not being down.
Just has to go
I do know that the shoes, the Ivankas, are shaped in a way that can sometimes cause problems. Sorry, Ivankas. It's just kind of got this strange heel lip that when the foot's flat, it still kind of looks like that heel's lifted up.
125.
That's why I tuck my feet in really close so the head ref can't see my heels. Haha,
Secrets of the,
just in case.
yeah, tricks of the trade.
Because it is funny, like, I'm pretty sure the rule says like as flat as the shoe allows.
Yeah.
So if there is a genuine lip on the foot of the, sorry, on the sole of the shoe, that's okay. It's if the actual foot is curled up off the ground that's different. So it's a little bit of a funny one, a little bit down to interpretation. It's pretty obvious when the heels are up
Yeah,
versus
exactly.
the shoe.
We've got the shield now, opening on 125, getting a handout. Definitely popular online. Plenty of homies out there shouting out to him.
Yeah. The shield the goat. The shield the goat.
The shield's from WA as well.
Bar is loaded for Max.
Charles says, here comes the goat, come on the shield. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm sure you'll appreciate the commentary when he goes back and look at the live stream. I know I always do. If you can't be in here in person, it's great to see people supporting your friends and family online.
Absolutely punchy there from Max with 135.
140 kilos going on the bar for Sean. Bar is loaded for Sean. The heaviest bench so far for under 83.
Got Sean Hemmings opening up on 140. That's a decent bench. Only 5 kilos off his previous best, and he made light work of that. And yeah, he had a belt on as we were talking earlier.
10 kilos opener with 155 kilos. He's in the fives. Bar is loaded. Let's go, Jason.
Another big bench and opening with a record, national record at 155 in the 105 weight class.
Beautiful.
But then we got Sean Bader coming in over the top of him with 175. So, but sometimes it's more just about personal bests anyway.
Absolutely. It just happens that both these gentlemen are in record territory.
Yep.
And that's, 155 has been loaded as a genuine opener. Just happens to be a record.
He's just going to reset up, get his heels down.
Those heels on that shoe are curved. You can see it from here.
Yeah, this is the same shoe.
Yep.
So the only lifters I've seen, not all of them actually, there's been a couple who haven't been wearing the Ivankas, but there's a number of lifters who wear the Ivankas here that are having troubles.
Yeah, it's the shoe by the looks of it.
Unfortunately, timed out.
He will have to move his feet forward to get that heel down. You can see even when he's walking past us that the
Yeah.
back is just lifted
Exactly.
a little bit, which is very unfortunate, but it is important that this is a part of the sport, is wearing the footwear that's going to give you the best chances of getting the lifts and getting the calls. Unfortunately, there are some shoes out there that just don't lend well. It's going to have to make a real adjustment there.
Well, we've got got some volleys here, so
I was about to say, you know,
you don't need the most expensive footwear.
that's it.
Keep it simple.
That's it.
Nice flat soled shoes. A huge bench here, opener, 175 for the national record.
Yep.
Nice.
Nice and smooth. What do the refs say? It's a good lift. Who has the record? Back to the top, we've got Peterson coming out for a 107.5 kilo bench press. Bar is loaded for Peterson.
All right, back to the top. Bench check-in's coming out now. Peterson looking at 107.5.
Very smooth lift. It's a good lift.
We're back on the top of the flight. Second attempts here, and a good lift for Peterson.
Bar is loaded.
As mentioned previously, keep in mind we are keeping an eye on the comments. Anything that is deemed not appropriate will be removed, and you risk actually getting booted. So keep it chill, keep it PG, keep it supportive. Keithan here with 115 kilos, moving quite smoothly. 7.5 up from the opener.
Yep.
It's a good lift. Tommy's coming out for the same weight, 115 kilos. Bar is loaded for Tommy.
Got Tommy coming out now for 115 kilos for his second attempt.
Yep, winding up nicely here, adding 10 kilos to the opener. See some great lifting today. Gets a start command. Punches through beautifully there. Bit of room. Should see a nice little 5 kilo increase there to the third, I reckon.
Stays on the bar. 120 is on the bar. Our bar is loaded.
Another 10 kg increase for Leroy.
Stays on the bar for William.
2 white lights, 1 red light. Potentially elbow depth from the centre ref.
Bar is loaded. William.
And yet another 10 kg increase on the opener.
See, looking at 120 kilos here. Big spot for Will here in the crowd. Under 83 sub junior.
We've got a question online. Anyone know how long till deads? We're nearly halfway through the second flight of bench, second attempt, so each lifter has their third attempt. We allow at least a minute per attempt, and then we have a 10-minute break, so we're probably looking at, you know, at least 20 minutes, probably longer. Deads seem to, or they don't seem, they go a lot quicker because there's less equipment, less setup. With the bench and the squat, you've got a minute to start the lift, whereas with the deadlift, you've got a minute to complete the lift, if I'm not mistaken.
Spot on. Minutes to begin the lift. Yeah. If you're grinding out a lift and it can't, it's fine.
Yeah.
Start your attempt by that. Yeah, by that time. Yep.
Lots of green on the board so far for the...
Yeah, it's looking good so far, apart from Jason's opener.
Yep. That's a PB for James, 2.5
Beautifully
kilos.
done. A little bit of room there for the third, which is nice to see.
Yep. A conservative jump on the second.
We've got a red light there for the previous attempt, which would have been for a jump command.
For those that may not know, the bar weighs 20 kilos, the red plates are 25 kilos, and as Matt mentioned earlier, the silver collars are 2.5 kilos each, so all that gets added into the total weight. That's a PB for Stefan, 2.5 kilos on his previous best with room to spare on his third attempt.
Moves well there.
That's a good lift, 130 kilos going on the bar to shield. Bar is loaded for to shield.
We've got a decent crowd building up. I think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the busiest I've seen it over the last day and a half. Right, we've got the shield back out for his second attempt at 130. A 5 kilo jump on the opener.
He's done well there, big grind. Both the bench attempts have looked reasonably tough. Be interesting to see where he goes from here. Maybe a 2.5 kilo jump would be appropriate.
And that was a 12.5 kilo PB. So well
Huge
done.
PB.
Yep. With one attempt left.
Bar is loaded for Max.
Just got the thumbs up for Max as he came out. Big shout out from the audience. This will be a 10 kg PB for Max if he is successful.
Bar is loaded.
Really nice there from Max, 142 and a half.
Yep. PB.
That's Claire's fault, everybody. The next is the record attempt
Alright.
for
Sean looking at 151 in the 83 class, which is an attempt at an Australian national record.
Bar is loaded.
We've got the WA crew. A lot of support from WA.
Get behind him, record attempt.
This will be a PB as well as the national record.
Ooh,
Smoke.
that was super easy. What the heck?
He has the record.
All right,
We have Jacob coming
plus
out
11 on the
to
opener there from Sean.
55 kilos.
Pretty sure he'll get close to 160 on the next one.
We've got Jason up next. He had the issue with heels lifting and
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he just changed shoes.
yeah, I'd be
I mean, I
thinking
hope-
the same thing.
Yeah, like it was me, I would just change my shoes.
Exactly.
Jason.
Put on your deadlift shoes or something.
He's still got the same shoes on. See how he goes with getting the feet further forward, which is what he'll likely need to do to get these heels down. It's not just as simple as pushing your heels down, you know, in this case.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
got to actually move your foot,
Yeah.
and they've got to be consistent. Difference is we got, let's have a look here. They're okay with it this time. A little bit of a bobble up and down on the chest. I'm interested to see if there's any call on that. Yes,
No,
there is.
yeah.
Unfortunately,
So heaving or sinking the bar after it has been motionless on the chest
we've got a 190
in such a way as to
loaded
aid the
bar.
lifter is not allowable.
Bench press.
So we do have 2 missed lifts there. They'll be smart to just repeat that load again and just really tidy it up. Bench is incredibly technical from the perspective of how many rules there are. We've kind of
Yeah.
covered that. We can see that in practice there. One time he comes out, okay, it's a foot issue. The next time he comes out, he fixed a foot issue. Well, the pause wasn't quite right. He went down, up, you know. We've got a huge 190 record attempt coming in here from Sean. Squatted a monstrous 315. As a sub-junior is just out of this world.
Let's go, Sean. Come on.
Even this bench is
And I've been tipped off as well. I'm going to go and check whether that 315 was potentially an unofficial world record.
yeah, they
Well,
did
let's-
say it was.
Let's enjoy watching this 190 national record attempt.
He's definitely a monster. Yep, nice work.
190 moved nicely.
Patiently waiting.
Good lift. Is that
Had a yellow in the middle,
kilos to his own
yellow
record?
card from the centre ref.
Back to the top. Peterson is going to come out for 100.5 kilos.
All right, we're on the third attempts for this second flight of lifters. Peterson will be opening up that third attempt with the 112.5 kgs.
So just to quickly clarify, the squat world record for the sub-junior 105 is 312.
Yep,
So that 315 was an unofficial record.
yeah, I was explaining that you can't, at a national event, it won't be recognised.
Correct.
Only in an international competition.
Yeah, it's all about the referees you have. Technically, if you had the appropriate CAT referees, I think you could actually break it,
Yeah.
but I could be wrong there.
I
In
know
any case, it's generally at international
Yeah.
events, yeah. I'll correct myself. I'm pretty sure it's just at international
Yeah.
events, yeah. At the appropriate international event, yeah. Possibly a little early on the press call there, on the press, on the actual press, sorry, ahead of the press call. But given the whites.
Very well today.
Happy with that.
6
Yep, might have been just simultaneous.
Coming out to attempt 120 kilos.
This is where it gets fun. Thirds, we're going to see what these lifters are made of, see how accurate they are with their selections and how precise they are with their execution.
Virus loaded for Keithan.
We can see here Kirfan's got long arms and has a bigger range of motion on the bench than some of the other lifters, which can be a disadvantage at times. But you've got to make do with what you got. And it's still a respectable bench. And he's got that 120, so that's a good PB for him. 7.5 kilos.
That's a group lift. He's also got 6 for 6. We'd like to see it. 122.5 kilos on the bar for William. It's okay. Timing out.
The next lifter's decided not to come out, and he's basically allowing the clock to tick down to give the other lifters the rest break that would have had if he did actually attempt his lift. Must have decided the last attempt was kind of his limit on the day, save himself a bit for some deadlifts.
Definitely good energy rumbling in the facility at the moment.
Yep.
It's kind of when the day starts to peak, you know, bench thirds happen, people kind of start coming back in because some people go and get a little coffee or lunch break on the bench ones and twos.
Yep.
And then we almost the deadlifts, where obviously, you know, that's where the whole day peaks and comes together.
Virus loaded. Tommy's coming out.
Just be a little careful pulling that off with one hand. It makes a massive noise, yeah. Does it make a big noise when I take one off with two hands? Or is it yeah, it's like a big bang.
Yeah, okay.
Come on, Tommy, let's go. Execute. Wait, pause. Bring it up, push back! Push back!
A bit of downward movement there. He's going to lock it out.
I think his head came off the bench.
And the head as well was something I noticed, yeah. Have a tough time getting that one approved, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few reasons there.
125 kilos going on the bar. Leroy. Leroy will be followed by Evan, then James.
So the blue cards there would be for downward movement. And the yellow may be for changing the elected lifting position from the head ref. So good calls there from referees. Not that they need my approval.
All right, next up we've got Leroy attempting a. Is that ticked over? Yeah, that's right. Leroy attempting 125.
Yes, sir.
+5 on his previous attempt. And this will be a 15 kg PB if he's successful. Looks good.
Great push. And he gets it.
2 whites.
Happy with that.
127.5 kilos on the bar for Evan. Bar is loaded for Evan.
Evan looking to get a small increase on his personal best of 125, 2.5 increase. So I think he might have wrapped it too early.
Gets it up. What did it?
No,
Unfortunately,
yeah.
it's a no lid.
I think he beat the rack command there. Got 2 reds.
Same weight on the bar for James.
Interestingly, James has taken a bigger jump on from his second to his third than he did from his first to second. We'll see if that pays off for him. No, not there today.
Good attempt. Get it next time. 132.5 kilos going to the bar for Stefan for his third bench press attempt.
Starting to see a few more missed lifts, which can be common on a third bench.
Bar is loaded for Stefan.
Speaking from experience.
Great push. It's one left.
Stefan's got 2 white lights, so that gets him on the
Coming
board.
out next for a big 132.5 kilo final attempt.
Let's go, Dashiell.
We're looking at a 12.5 kg PB if he gets this. I'm sure he'd love to walk away with that, as would we all. Didn't have it today.
Today, 150 kilos going
Still
on the
walked
bar
away
for
with a
Max
PB.
for his final bench.
What is it?
Bar is loaded. Let's go, Max.
Big 150 attempt here for Max. He's good for it. That's a 17.5 kilo PB.
Having a great day. 155 kilos on the
Very
bar.
pleased with
Let's
that.
get behind that.
All right, we've got a high risk situation here for.
Very much a make or break moment.
Yep. Jason needs this lift to stay in the competition.
Come on, we want him to get this. Come on, Jason.
He's kept the
Come
same
on,
shoes.
Jason. Get those heels down.
Yeah, and he was good with the shoes on the last one.
Yeah.
It was the double dipping that's important here to avoid.
He looks strong enough for it.
Yep. He's done much better there, and it
yeah.
looks like an opener.
Yep.
You know, so that'll be frustrating for them. They'll get that.
Yep.
A lot of relief there.
Exactly.
His big strong boy, he was probably hunting a lot more than that today, but he's going to have to set off a 155 and just be thankful that he's on the board.
Yep.
83 record attempt.
Next up, we got 158 from Sean. He's looking to break the national sub-junior under 83 bench press record, and it's his own.
Yep.
151 from his second attempt, and from memory, it was laser fast. 158 is going to be, I think, very much within his capabilities. Smooth as you like.
Easy.
What do the refs say? It's a good lift. He has the record.
Can be chuffed with that.
Yeah.
200 kilos going on the bar for Sean Bader.
Next up, we got Sean. He's
105.
managed an unofficial squat world record for the under 105 sub-juniors. And now he's looking at a very strong bench press, not quite at that same level as the squat in terms of world record status, but 200 nonetheless. For an under 18-year-old, some people will never bench press 200 in their life. This is a phenomenal attempt. His 190 looked good. I think he's looking very likely to hit this.
Bar is loaded. Sean, let's go.
Bars loaded for Sean here, 200 kilos.
200 kilo
A
bench.
historic lift. I would fathom to guess that we have not seen this kind of lift from a young Australian
Yep.
before. I know in APA obviously it's a record, but I think this is big news. Just a little bit too much today. Might have been just 2.5 in that.
He's under 19 years old.
Walks away with the national record regardless. Right, that's the end of the bench. We're going to have a 10-minute break and we'll be back for deadlifts.
The final lift is the deadlift. This is an exciting lift to watch, and the competition lead may change several times throughout. To perform a deadlift, the bar is simply lifted straight from the ground. Once complete, the athlete receives the down command, returning the bar to the floor. A good lift is awarded where knees, hips, and shoulders are locked. There was no downward movement of the bar. The thighs did not support the bar during the lift. The bar remained in the hands until it is in contact with the platform. Pay particular attention to ambitious attempt selections during this lift, as athletes and handlers push their total to secure their placing in the competition.
we're back.
Into deadlifts now. Finished there with a bang.
Bar is loaded. For Liam, let's go.
Bars loaded here for Liam, 170 kilos to start off our deadlifts.
What are some technical things we need to look out for the deadlift, Matt?
The deadlift is relatively simple. It's important. It's important that there isn't any up and down movement similar to the other lifts. Also need to make sure that we finish with the knees and the hips locked out and stood upright, finishing with the shoulders behind the barbell.
The crowd like that.
There we go. And it's a good lift. 175 going on the bar for Jiden. For Mr. Freeman.
So it was a good lift there. We did get one red with a yellow card, which would have been for dropping the barbell or not putting the barbell down with control. And sometimes the excitement can get to the lifters a little bit and they'll get a little bit rowdy before finishing the lift, which is when it's on the ground. So the rule, and one of the rules we was going through there about finishing the lift, standing upright, the next rule is that you have to return to the barbell with relative control to the ground. Usually it's good enough to just keep the hands on the bar. Jayden does well there with 175, responding nicely there to Liam's 170 pull.
Likes it.
Pretty heavy.
So do the
Yeah.
rest. It's a good lift. 180 kilos in the bar for Owen.
So Jayden looking like the front runner here with
Bars
a
loaded for Owen.
5.17
Down to
forecasted
72
total.
kilo weight category.
Followed up by a relatively tight battle onwards from there between Darren and Isaac and Liam. Got Owen here, 180 kilos to start his day off on the deadlift. Making for a 482.5 total. He's also put that down with a bit of poor control, but managed to get 3 whites.
Yeah.
The platform is a little bit bouncy when the weights come down, but that's only going to be so much of an excuse. There's still a relative control required.
Yeah, unfortunately in the previous session we saw one of the ladies do a final lift and put it down too heavily and get red carded
Bars loaded.
or, you know, no lift, disqualified for that lift.
Yeah, it is one of those unfortunate things, similar to like staggering on a squat or missing a press call or missing a start call on the bench. It's one of the basics, but it's sometimes forgotten. And I do find that, you know, with the younger lifter cohort, the excitement and the you know, maybe being initial competition experience can be a big player there.
Yeah.
Got the hook grip sumo deadlift here, very speedy. So we will see sumo deadlifts, conventional deadlifts. The sumo deadlift is where the hands are inside the legs. Conventional deadlift is the opposite, the hands are outside the legs, so the feet are a lot closer. Then we'll see 2 main grips. We see the mixed grip, and we see the hook grip. The mixed grip is where we have one hand which is palm facing back and one hand palm facing forwards, hence the mixed. And the other is the hook grip, where the thumb will be used as a mechanism to lock into the barbell with 2 hands facing the same direction. Generally, although there are mixed grip hook grippers.
Yeah,
If you don't know a couple of those, Lennox is a mixed grip hook gripper.
easy. Yeah.
It's a good lift.
Nice work there from Zaid, 190 kilos on the board, locked in. Isaac looking to also go 190 kilos.
You probably get a feel for it already. The deadlifts are moving along a lot quicker than the previous 2 lifts.
Bars loaded.
The only equipment is the bar and the plates.
The other thing too is setup time is so much less.
Yeah,
Getting in under the bar for a squat, or getting in under the bar for a bench press lying down. We find sumo lifters do take a little bit longer to set up on average, and conventional lifters tend to have a bit of a lower fuss setup. Very long arms and good leverages for the sumo here. Pretty classic.
Our first 200 kilos is going to the bar. Jaden is an under 66 kilo lifter and he's going for
Jaden's looking at a 200 kilo record, or 200 kilo deadlift, making it for a record total here. Definitely the front runner at the moment with the 66s.
Let's go.
Forecasting a total of 517.5. And I correct myself as well that Daniel Cox later on with the 225 record attempt coming up is looking at 500. So he's definitely hot on the heels of Jaden here. That was nice and smooth. 200 on the board there, making for 517.
On the bar for
As we said earlier, Jaden was rated #1 based on nominations, and he's holding true to that at this point in time.
He's holding true. I think it's worth flagging that there's the potential for Daniel to take bigger jumps than Jaden.
Yep.
Got Cedric here taking 210 kilos in the under 74 class. It's had a great day so far.
Currently forecasted second place
the refs say
on that prior to that lift.
it's a good lift. 215 kilos going on the bar for William.
It's going to be a tight battle for second here.
Yeah.
We've got Harry with a pretty solid lead there with 548 forecasted. Then we've got William and Cedric here, really neck and neck. William coming out for his opener, 215, ready to get the work done. And securing this will put him just ahead of Cedric by a few kilos. Great lift there, 3 whites.
225 kilos going on the bar for Daniel.
Now we've got 4 red plates on the bar.
Record for under 66
Always
kilos.
considered a bit of a milestone.
Deadlift record. Bar is loaded. Let's go. Let's get the record. Let's go.
This is a national record attempt for Daniel on his opener.
Let's go, Daniel.
Yep. Easy. He's happy.
Well,
He knows it.
and what do the refs say? It's a good lift. Next we have Harry with 230 kilos. Bar is loaded for Harry. Let's go, Harry.
Harry coming out for 230 kilos here for the opening attempt.
What's it doing? Oh, okay.
Oops. He's still.
And it's a good lift. Next we've got 237.5 kilos on the bar for Chloe.
Looks like he might have had a cramp in his tricep.
Bar is loaded. Not yet.
We've got 2 competitors in the under 93 sub-juniors, Harvey and Rowan. At this stage, Harvey's forecasted to take first place. We've got Rowan coming up for his first deadlift attempt. Just getting the bar cleaned. Might have been some blood on the bar potentially by the looks of it. Seem to be cleaning it in one particular spot.
Yeah, our under 93 situation shouldn't be close. Realistically, the bench is made for a pretty big gap there, and we also have Harvey coming in with a stronger
Bar is
deadlifting
loaded.
start.
Ron, let's
The forecasted total for Harvey and Rowan on opening deadlifts is 585 for Rowan and 655 for Harvey.
Beautiful looking deadlift. Let's see what the refs say. It's a good lift. Harvey's coming out next for 250 kilo deadlift.
A big opener for Harvey, 250.
Bar is loaded for Harvey. Let's go, Harvey.
Interested to see what the call is there for the down. That was fine. Get the hands on the bar. So you can see, you know, he's still throwing it down, but the hands are still on the bar, which is ticking the box.
Yeah.
Is it the under 66?
All right, we're already into the second deadlifts. Got Liam coming on with for 180. You'll notice they'll clean the bar a bit more, and when it comes to third attempts, they'll clean the bar between every attempt.
So Liam's currently in 5th of the 66ers, but definitely looking to chase down Isaac Theron particularly, who are on 470 and 477.5, Liam being on 460.5, so there's a bit of room there, but definitely an opportunity could arise in the deadlifts.
Yeah, deadlifts is where a lot of strategy comes into play, doesn't it? And
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can even see, you know, with our front runners, Jaden and Daniel, there's 17.5 kilos between them, but already we can see a 21 kilo jump for Daniel, who's chasing, and only a 15 kilo jump for Jaden.
Yep.
So we're going to see that slowly closing that gap. I think it's probably a bit too big of a gap to close if Jaden can just go 3 from 3. But we'll see how that plays out. Liam looking at 180 here. Forecasted total 470.5.
Snappy.
That was fast. The crowd is happy. It's a good lift. Owen Porter is next with 190. Bar is loaded for Owen.
Yes, we've got Owen coming out in the under 74s. Looking at a 190 deadlift here. Owen particularly looking to try and chase Zaid here, although Zaid is taking some slightly bigger jumps, so he may get left behind. But a really clean pull there. And as much as it's about placings at Nationals, it's also about having a great day. And he is having an awesome day, making lots of lifts and setting personal PBs.
195 kilos going on the bar for Jaden.
Personal best.
Yeah.
Mr. Freeman.
Whoopsie.
You might notice
Bar is
the lifters
loaded.
have got talc on their legs. That's to help the bar glide up the legs, reduce the friction.
Jaden looking at 195 here. Moves nicely. Definitely a bit of room there. He's loving it. Bit of showmanship.
What do the refs say? It's a good lift.
Coach says, wow.
2.5 kilos going on for Isaac for his second. Bar is loaded for Isaac.
Isaac coming out for 202.5.
Let's go, Isaac.
If Isaac makes this, gets within 3 kilos of Liam, which is a tussle at the moment for 4th place. And there's also a tussle with Darren as well for that 3rd place. Lots going on in this weight class, particularly below those top 2. Bit of clearance if lifts are made between those top 2 and the next 3 or 4 actually.
Bar is loaded for Derek.
We've got battles within battles.
That's it. Darren comes out for 202.5. Making this would give him 495 and position him above Liam, Jaden and Isaac. Done really, really well there. Frames out that Omni Fitness logo.
Yeah.
Side's coming out for 210 for his
Got the
second.
spotters and loaders loading this bar like a well-oiled machine.
Big time.
Up
So
there.
as it stands, Darren positions himself at 495, 2.5 ahead of Isaac at 492.5, who is ahead of Liam by another 7 kilos, who is ahead of Jaden by about 2 kilos, 3 kilos. So you can see how it's stacking up. Zaid here putting up a nice 210 kilo deadlift.
Look fast.
Jaden Michaels up next, looking to extend his record total with a
Next lift will
215
break
deadlift.
the total record for Jake. Is under 66 kilo lifter.
Jaden is pacing himself nicely here. Even though he's had somewhat of a tumultuous day with a squat miss and 2 bench press misses, if he can go 3 from 3 on the deadlift, he should still be able to secure himself this first place that was predicted. Again, smooth work there. I think we can definitely expect another 10 kilos.
And it's a good lift. He has the record. Cedric is now coming out for 222.5 kilos.
It's also an opportunity to submit more or different attempts, isn't there, Matt, on the deadlift?
Absolutely. So there's a unique rule on your 3rd attempt deadlift for both other lifts, squat and bench press. Once you've submitted your 3rd attempt, you cannot change it. On the deadlift, however, you are allowed to make changes to your deadlift attempt twice. There are a few rules surrounding that. You have to do that before your bar load is called. So if they say bar is loaded, you cannot make a change at that point. And you are not allowed to change to a weight less than the weight being done at the time. So as we've said prior, the bar must always increase in number throughout the duration of the flight.
Bar is loaded for William.
Got William coming out for a 232.5 deadlift.
He's looking to pass Cedric here and go from 3rd to 2nd place.
Let's go, Will.
He's done well there, a little bit of a stick at the top, but he's gotten through it quite nicely. He's earned himself 3 white lights, and for now,
Harry is going to come out for 245 kilos.
he's put himself in 2nd.
Bar is loaded for Harry.
Harry looking to extend his current lead here. If he gets this, he's on 563, which is a solid 10.5 ahead of Cedric.
This is equivalent to his best ever deadlift on his 2nd.
Actually, I correct myself, this would be 20 kilos ahead.
Maybe a bit tougher than he would have liked.
He's done well to get it locked out.
That was a good fight. What did the refs say?
Well, he tore his calluses by the looks of it.
It's a good attempt. That's the heaviest deadlift for under far. Next we have
Got some
Daniel
bandages on
Cox.
his legs. He must be dragging the bar up his leg.
This will be a record for the under 66 kilo weight class. 246 kilos. Bar is loaded. Let's go. Come on. Record attempt. National record.
Got Daniel coming out for another record attempt.
All yours, Daniel.
Extend his previous record by 21 kilos.
A little bit sticky through the lockout.
Yeah,
Might get some question marks there from the referees. One red.
It's a red lift. He loves to deadlift.
So the one of the referees there would have been unhappy with that finish position, failure to lock the knees, or failure to stand upright with the shoulders back.
Bar is
But
loaded for Rowan.
2 to 1,
Let's
good
go,
lift.
Rowan. Come on. Let's go.
Rowan coming out with 255 now.
Stand it up, Rowan. Patience.
that's
He's
his
done
PB.
really well there with 255, locked in beautifully.
It's a good lift. Harvey is now going for the deadlift and the total national record with 280 kilos.
Seen a big increase here. Harvey's feeling pretty safe, I think, with regard to the competition. Taking a 30 kilo jump for a deadlift record and also a total record.
Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Come on.
He's inviting the crowd to cheer him on. That's a big pull for a 17-year-old.
Big push. And that was fast. There's more there. What do the refs say?
Yeah.
It's a good lift.
Huge work there with the 280
We're going back
from
to the
Harvey.
top third.
He is still throwing it down. He's getting white. Hopefully that doesn't intensify on the third and we don't see any silliness and disappointing miss there at all. You know, I only say that, you know, because it is one of those things that can be called from time to time. He's lifting beautifully, executing beautifully. Love it, love it, love it.
All right, we're into the third round of deadlift, so you can see the bar's getting cleaned, and it'll be cleaned after every attempt. Give each.
So Liam's looking to take himself to 483 with this 192.5, which is going to take him past Isaac's 482.5. He's looking to take himself from that 5th place position to 4th place position temporarily.
Bar is loaded for Liam. Let's go. Come on, Liam. Let's go.
Come on. He's definitely got a lot of support in the crowd. Might be the boys from the gym by the looks of it.
His pull is for temporary 4th place. He's done beautifully there. One referee not happy with the lockout, but the other two said that'll do just fine.
Reminder to lifters to get changed and ready for medals. Come straight back to the platform in clean clothes and shoes.
483 there for Liam, which puts him in 4th place for now. Owen coming out for 200 kilos. Not looking to improve the placing at all here. Need a little bit more to go into where Zaid's positioned. So we're looking to really just get a nice clean finish of the day here. And put up 502.5, going past that 500 kilo total mark.
Be a 10 kg PB on his deadlift. Looking good.
Oh, goodness me.
More in the tank.
That's some easy work there. He's thrilled with that. Isaac coming out next with a 207.5 kilo deadlift. This would put him at 487.5. Now this is going to aim to retake that 4th place from Liam. And he's just taking a small jump. He's taking essentially what's needed. Yeah, technically he could take 205 here, and he'd achieve the same thing with the placing. So they are taking more than they need for the placing improvement, but there may be personal goals at stake too.
Yep.
He's done well there. So we note that because when it comes to improving your placing at a national level, taking the least required load to improve your placing is always a good tactic. As I mentioned, there can be personal goals that get in the way of that, but it's unnecessary to load more than exactly what you need to improve that placing.
Yep.
Jaden out next, 215 kilos here. He is looking to improve his placing. Again, targeting Liam. Currently we have Jaden at 465 and Liam at 483. So Jaden's like, all right, let me try to take a 20 kilo jump here to go past Liam here to 465, sorry, to 485. And this is a classic case of where Jaden here is being forced to take 215 because Liam got the chip on bench press. So Liam got a half kilo chip, and this has forced Jaden to go an extra 2.5 kilos. If he gets it, he gets it. If he happens to miss this, then that chip from Liam was really helpful. Let's find out. He might have. Two reds there for the finish position. Actually, there was one that was a yellow light there, which would have been for dropping the barbell, which I was wondering as he was putting it down. So it's an unfortunate case there where he got a little bit excited and didn't quite have the control as we went down to the platform. An excellent, excellent effort, though, I must say.
Yeah, definitely.
Really fought through that hard. All right, up next we have Zaid coming out for 220 kilos. Let's look to put him into a 515 total. This won't change his placing at all in the under 74 sub-junior men. This is looking to round out a 9 for 9 day for Zaid. He's already gone past that 500 point. Now he's looking to add 10 more kilos.
Something that can happen in the deadlift is the lifters can tear the calluses on their hands, and that can leave blood on the bar. So that has to be cleaned off if it does happen.
Yeah. Zaid does well there. We may have a bit of supporting on the thighs coming through the lockout phase, which is another rule we haven't spoken through just yet.
No.
We do get a red for the finish position and a red for supporting the bar in the thighs. So essentially, if you kind of roll back during that lockout phase and kind of hold the barbell on the thighs to support yourself and aid yourself, that is not allowed in the deadlift. So 1 red for the finish position, 1 red for supporting.
He's under 66 kilos.
Jaden coming out next, 225, looking to increase this total record.
Bar is loaded for Jaden.
This is risky business because we do have Daniel hot on his heels, ready to strike if he happens to have taken too much here.
Yeah.
And it is a little bit too much, and we have a window of opportunity here.
I think he knows it.
Unfortunately, grip did not hold
So I do
out.
expect to see an attempt change from Daniel.
He's coming out for 230 kilos.
So if we look at Daniel, Daniel is the lighter of the 2 lifters, and he is trailing by 11.5 kilos. So he will need to pull 257.5 to steal the win,
Just a reminder that you're
which is
allowed
not
to
unreasonable.
sit on the platform,
Yeah.
lifters.
What does he need again,
Bar
Matt?
is loaded for
257.5, which is what they've submitted. They've
Yeah,
now
yeah.
submitted 257.5. This is a case where if Jaden had attempted 220 or something more conservative, that might have pushed it out, but now we
Yeah.
do have a window of opportunity.
Yeah.
They're in here going for 230. 230 gives him 522.5. It doesn't change his position at all. But he's looking to maintain this 3rd place. There we
Not
go.
today.
not today.
Not quite there for him, but there wasn't really a lot to lose there. That's why they went big.
Next we've got Cedric coming out with 232.5 kilos.
Cedric looking at 232.5, looking to increase his total to 545 and hold on to this 3rd place. There is no improvement coming from this pull. Correct myself. 10 kilo increase would put Cedric past William to 545. William currently on 543. So Cedric is currently pulling for 2nd place in the under 74 sub-junior men. And he's pulling exactly what he needs.
Let's go, fighting.
He locks it. He's done very well there.
What do the refs say?
Yep. 3 white lights. And into temporary 2nd place.
For 250 kilo deadlift. 2 minutes left to change attempts for flight 3.
Interesting stuff here. So we've got Harry Lou coming out next, sitting at 563 at the moment. We do have William sitting in the wings at 543, who has also posted a 20 kilo increase on the 3rd attempt and is lighter. So he has posted a deadlift that if Harry misses this, would challenge 1st place from 3rd place. So Harry really needs these 5 kilos to really nudge that out of the possibility.
He's amping up the crowd. This is where it gets exciting.
Done really well. They get a little stuck in that tape on his legs.
No,
3 reds, unfortunately. We have the finish position, potentially some downward movement, or supporting the thighs, supporting on the thighs. So it does create somewhat of a window of opportunity here for William. He has an opportunity to pull 252.5, a 20 kilo increase on his 2nd, to tie Harry's 563 total and steal the win. That's what we're looking at here. This is why tactics throughout the day are so important, because it comes down to the inches. Awesome competitive moments for these sub-juniors.
This is why we've got Coach Matt here, giving the synopsis of what's happening, because it's a gets technical, and you need to know what you're talking about.
Bars loaded for Williams.
See, it's a lot of numbers to crunch.
Come on,
Being aware of all the different possible plays. William comes out, 252.5 on the bar. Under 74 sub-junior men, title on the line. And that'll just be a little bit too much for him today, but he had absolutely nothing to lose by going with that. His choices were to pitch for second, pitch for first, and he decided, give me a run at first.
Yeah.
He keeps third, and so in the 74s we end up with Harry Lou first, Cedric second, William third.
Now we've got another exciting pull. Daniel Cox looking to pull himself into first place.
Very exciting pull here. As we mentioned before, Jaden missing his final deadlift there has opened the door for a possible upset here. Under 66 kilos sub-junior men. This is the pull for the title. Can he steal it? We've seen crazier things.
Yep.
This is an 11.5 kilo increase on the second attempt. The second attempt wasn't easy.
No.
This is a big ask.
Exactly.
He's looking up for the task.
Let's go, Daniel! Good boy!
Moment of truth. Daniel Cox, 257.5 for the win. He's wedged nicely there, maybe 5 or 7.5 kilos too heavy there. And so Jaden has done enough despite missing that last deadlift. Despite missing a few lifts throughout the day, Jaden comes out on top on the 66 kilo sub-junior champion, national champion.
67.5 kilos. These are the under 93s.
We have Rowan coming out for 267.5, looking to just increase the total, looking to go from 602 to 615. As anticipated, the under 93 situation here hasn't been much of a battle. Two horses in their own race.
Bars loaded for Rowan.
Let's go Rowan. Big pull here at 267.5.
Let's go, Rowan. Come on.
This will be a 20 kg PB on deadlift if he is successful. Come on, Rowan, let's go.
Let's go, Rowan. Come on.
Rowan, come on!
Keep pulling, keep pulling.
He's done really well there. He's changed positions a few times at the lockout, which may throw things into question. 3 reds, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that's a no lift.
Yeah, a big part of that is going to be the moving around at the lockout. It tells the referees that you aren't in that completed position, you've changed that assumed position, shows going forwards and backwards and so on. So once we get to that lockout position, we really need to stick it and let it be assessed.
Got a massive pull here, 300 kgs.
300, which seems reasonable for Harvey. His 250 to 280 jump looked very manageable, and a 20 kilo jump from there is pretty logical.
His previous best is 272.5 or 500 pounds.
So big improvement there. 600 pounds, that is.
600, yes, sorry.
300 kilos would take him over the 700 total mark as well, and he's pulling here for a deadlift record and a total record. He's had a spectacular day so far.
Bars loaded for Harvey. Let's go. Let's get the 300. Come on. 300 kilos.
300 kilos is an exclusive club.
Come on. Go on, Harvey. Let's go. Forward.
Crowd getting on their feet, G'ing up for this one.
They want to see it.
300 under 18 and under 93. Can he do it?
Yep.
He gets it locked. He puts it down pretty well.
The
It
anticipation.
is.
Yeah.
300 kilo deadlift, over 700 kilo total. 705.5 under 93 champ Harvey Spencer. He's had a beautiful day. 240 squat, 165.5 bench press, and a 300 kilo deadlift for a 705.5 total. Well done, Harvey.
Tommy will be coming out for session 3.
All right, we're on to the second flight.
On 195. A
All right, the energy in the room is electric. And we've just gone through some awesome battles. Hope you're enjoying the talk through and it's helping you all understand the plays. Now we're going to reset things a little bit as we have this large 83 cohort go at it. And then our couple of 105 lads as well.
Very nice, very fast. What do the refs say? It's a good lift. James is coming out next for 200 kilos. Under 83s. Bar is loaded for James.
We've got James coming out for his first attempt at 200 kgs. Previous best 215. I love the call. Pick it up. So simple.
It's a good tip. Great thing about coaching on comp day is you've gone through all these stages of the little finicky details and teaching, so that you can just say something simple like pick it up and they know what you mean.
Yeah, yeah. It's a favourite from the crowd. I've heard it a few times today.
Yeah. There's a kind of ongoing joke about like the crowd sort of screaming up, and if they didn't say that, they wouldn't know what they should be doing.
Yeah.
You know? All right. 210 kilo opener here from Keithan. Much like the squat, very technically proficient. Good leverages for the deadlift, no doubt.
That's a good lift. Williams coming out next with 210 for his opener. Bar is loaded for Will. Let's go, Will.
Drive it. Easy.
There we go. It's a good lift. Peterson is next with 220 kilos.
A lot of sumo deadlifting in the sub-junior ranks. I think we only saw one conventional deadlift in the previous flight.
Bar is loaded.
Fist bumps all round for the spotters and loaders. Good sportsmanship.
Oh, yeah.
Very fast.
3 white lights, nice opener.
It's a good lift. Dash is out next with 225.
4 reds on the bar. That's 4 red plates on either side. Represents over 220 kilos with the collars, 225.
Bar is loaded for Dash.
Come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on, Dad.
Nice.
Very smooth.
Repping the strength club over in Perth.
Stefan is out next with 230 kilos. Bar is loaded for Stefan.
Next up we got Stefan with an opener of 230 kgs. You'll notice everyone has their own unique setup for the deadlift.
It's a good lift. Leroy is out.
Little
235.
rituals they go through before grabbing the bar and attempting the lift.
Bar is loaded for Leroy.
Got Leroy up, attempting 235 for his opening deadlift.
Strong work there.
Yep.
It's a good lift. Max is out with the same weight, 235 kilos. Bar is loaded for Max.
Max is opening on his previous best. We've seen him hitting PBs today, so it looks like this may not be any different.
There we go.
Locks out well. Very slight bubble there, which would have been that red light.
It's a good lift. Same weight for Sean.
Last 3 attempts all at the same weight.
Bar is loaded for Sean.
Spotters love that.
Yep. You'll notice they just pick the bar up, tighten the collars just to make sure the weights are nice and secure, but no weight changes as such. Get a temporary reprieve. Here we have Sean with a conventional deadlift setup.
You know, I'll say it. It's harder to recover from a hard spotting and loading session than it is from competing.
Yeah, I know.
You're spotting some big 105s, 120s, or 84 and 84 pluses.
Yeah,
That'll be, you know, that'll leave you sore.
that's why I choose to spot and load for the lighter weight classes.
Yeah, you know what? Not just a pretty face, this man.
Bar is loaded.
Especially when you compete the night before.
Yeah, that'll do it.
All right, we've got Evan.
.245, very solid opening work here for a sub-junior 83.
Another
Very strong work.
lifter from WA.
I don't know what these kids are eating, mate.
We have Jason coming out.
Yeah, exactly. We always say it's the hormones of the chickens.
That'll be the total record.
They're eating their Wheaties, that's for sure. All right, Jason coming through here to solidify his day. Obviously had a few troubles on the bench press, but he got on the board. Looking to start off with 245, which would be a record total for now. We know Sean is coming in hot.
Nice work.
That's a good lift. That's the total record. James, Sean's coming out there for 280 kilos.
We've got a record lift and a record total, and
Total and the deadlift.
Yeah, he sweeps that total right away
yeah,
with a made lift here by well over 100 and 130 kilos.
he's actually opening above
Bar
his
is loaded for
previous
Sean.
personal best. And I've seen him deadlifting over 300 kilos in the gym. So he's obviously made some improvements, well and truly, across all lifts.
Looks like it. Moves nicely for an opener.
Yep,
Quite smooth.
It's a good lift.
all the way from Tasmania.
Back to the top. We have James.
Shout out to the Apple Isle and anyone online.
200.
the second attempts. Give the bar a quick clean.
Bar is loaded for James.
Right, here we go. James is up with his second attempt at 215 kgs.
Let's go, James.
Good gusto there from James with 215, making it look pretty easy.
That was a good lift. Tommy's out next. Attempting 220 kilos. Bar is loaded for Tommy.
Here we've got Tommy coming out for a 220 kg second attempt.
Nice 25 kilo jump there, that's good.
Big jump.
He's got long arms. Yeah, wow. So the ability to jump big is nothing more than just opening light, appropriately light. Again, making sure you can get on the board. Sometimes pulling lighter in the opener in the second just really leaves you nice and fresh for that third attempt. There are a few schools of thought here.
Bar is loaded for Will.
Will with 225, 4 reds on each side and a collar. Sumo deadlifter.
He's done well there. There might not be a lot left in the tank for the third attempt. Shaking his head a little bit as he comes off.
Ethan's coming up now with 230 kilos.
Keithan
Bar is loaded for
looking at 230 now, 20 kilo jump from the opener, which sounds pretty reasonable. Again, textbook lifter, looked really good all day. Don't think he's missed a lift. Very sound. Looks to have another 12 to 17 in him there. I think they'll take 12 to 15 most likely. Dashiell looking at 240, 15 kilo increase and placing his stake in the class. And it'll be interesting to see how this class unfolds. We'll wait for the seconds to happen and we'll start calling it. Bit of emotion coming out here.
Yep. Plenty of support online for Dashiell. Oh, not.
come out and try that again for his third attempt.
A little bit too tough there. Looked like something maybe went wrong there.
Hopefully he can regather himself and
Yeah, very, very uncommon. I know Jacob's coaching him there for him to, put something on the bar for a second that's going to be anywhere near a foul. So it's possible something just went wrong there. And they can clean it up and come back out and nail that down.
giving the bar a good clean. Add some chalk to try and dry out the bar, prevent it being slippery.
That's crazy how sensitive that mic is. Listen,
Yeah.
that's me scratching my non-existent mo. Ah.
I'm sure if you tried, you could.
You know what they say? What do they say, Sean?
I don't know. You tell me.
Stitch up. Bloody stitch up.
240 attempt for Peterson. This would be a PB.
Nice deadlift there. Locked out nice and clean. A little bit tough before towards the top end.
That's a good lift.
240. I imagine there's no more than 10 kilos in that at a generous amount.
Second attempt.
Max coming out for 245. Another PB attempt on the second.
Something we do see though, you know, when I make those sort of calls on loads, it's just to my eye, but you know, sumo particularly, like the bench, we can see just little performance improvements from technique adjustments or better groove and stuff like that. So, you know, obviously lifters can improve from attempt to attempt, but based on what we're seeing, you know, we say, okay, maybe they got 5, maybe they got 10.
Yep.
Just a general call. See how things play out.
That looks snappy.
Very nice there.
Locked in a PB.
It's a good lift.
With room
Love
for some
that on
more.
the second.
Yep. Stefan coming out for 250, a quarter of a ton. Some big weight. This is equal his previous best. Nice work. Next up, we've got Leroy coming out for 255. And this will be a PB as well. Lots of PBs, attempts on the seconds. Each lifter going through their routine.
Pushing the clock a little bit.
Oh, that get his knee.
Yeah, I think he's all right.
Yep.
Look on his face suggested otherwise, but he's all right. Slipped out of the hands. I was hoping it didn't get anything on the way down.
Yeah.
Next is Evan with 265 kilos.
Thought he clutched at his lap for a second, but he's okay. Yeah, he was just taking his belt off.
Yeah.
Next is Sean with 255 kilos.
So Sean coming out from what I can see, he's front running pretty hard. 663.5 if he gets this. Only Kirthan actually rivaling that. Kirthan and Max, but not close.
Bar is loaded for Sean, 255 kilos for the total.
I'll have a look at that closer soon, but I think Sean's a pretty solid front runner here.
Yeah, it looks that way. It's been strong all day.
Yeah, you got the record bench press. Now he's going for a record deadlift. Record total, pardon.
Yeah.
Not record deadlift.
His previous best deadlifts, 265.
Very speedy. Just textbook powerlifting going on right now from Sean Hemmings.
Evan's coming up for 265 kilos. Bar is loaded for Evan.
Evan looking at 265 here, 20 kilo increase on the opener.
This will be a PB.
Works hard, locks it out nicely. Very clean pull overall. So it's important to look at where in the lift someone is working the hardest to try and judge what they have left. It was a speedy lockout, but there was a lot of work being done through the mid phase. That is the point in the lift where if you add 5 kilos or you add 10 kilos or whatever, can he get through that difficult portion of the lift? Jason comes out for 265 in the under 105s. Made light work at 245. Can he do the same for 20 kilo increase? Makes a move. Very smooth. Might have another 15 or 20 on hand there if he wants it.
He's made a huge improvement. His last comp, he did 227.5. I believe that was his first comp, so maybe he didn't go all out.
Yep. Got Sean coming out next for 295, which would be a deadlift record and a total record. So an absolute blinder of a day. 295, looking to potentially peak over 300 afterwards, I'd say.
Yep.
Smooth pull. Wouldn't surprise me to see another 7.5 kilos on that. Maybe they'll go 300 on the nose. Maybe they'll go 302. Can't imagine they'll go much higher than that. But he did surprise on the third squat. His second squat looked like moderate, and then his third squat, he added many kilos to it and just was good for it.
Yeah.
So I won't pretend to guess what he has here. He's been, impressing and surprising all day.
He's hit a huge total, 800 so far.
That would have been the motivation for that 295, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we're in the third and final attempts, and the final lifts of this session. James with 225, which will be a 10 kg PB if he is successful.
And he is looking to pass Tommy on the rankings here.
Everything you've got.
Putting himself from 11th into 10th place with this pull temporarily. Little bit of lack of control at the lockout and putting it down. He's done well there to get that. 2 whites. Coach Kelvin looked a little worried there, but they did manage to get it.
Yep.
William coming out next for 230. Increasing by 5 kilos, which doesn't look to increase the placing at this point. Again, changes are always available, so we don't want to make the call too early. William likely coming out for the 230 as a, that's probably the cap for him today if that's what he's thinking. Because he is lighter than Peterson. And so if he added another 2.5, he'd actually take Peterson's placing. So it must feel like this is the cap.
Yep.
Again, temporarily. The thing about taking someone's place temporarily is you are demanding that they make decisions and make their lift, because those lifters might be looking further up the rankings. So if you can nab a placing off someone in your third ahead of their second deadlift total, and they miss reaching for someone else, that's the play. So it can be a handy tactic, but of course you have to be able to do the deadlift.
Yeah.
So That's the catch. Hate that catch.
All right, next we've got.
This will be William. We're just
Yeah,
there's some kind of hold up. Maybe he's not coming out. Maybe he just timed out. Whatever.
Yeah, because I can see Dashiell in the wings.
So it looks like Williams chosen not to come out
Yeah.
after that 225. Did he maybe tear his hand? Was that the hand? What was that? Someone. Not sure what that was.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Boris loaded for dash.
He's happy with the day. Doesn't want to come up for 230. Now we've got Dashiell coming out for 240. This was the one that just came slightly off the ground and then didn't go anywhere else.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
fired up.
Let's go.
Come on. No, not today.
Not the day he would have wanted there, making 5 of his 9 lifts.
Tommy Lee's
But
coming out
like we said, lots of lessons to be learned, some initial competitions from these young lifters. Still outstanding stuff, nonetheless a great effort. And we carry on to Tommy coming out for 242.5, a 22.5 kilo increase on the previous attempt. So we take Tommy up to 550, which would leapfrog James and Dashiell.
Boris loaded for Tommy. Let's
This will
go,
be a
Tommy.
22.5 kg PB.
Let's go.
This is an important deadlift for Tommy.
He knows it.
Let's go.
Getting the crowd behind him.
Trying to take himself from 11th to 9th.
Oh, nice.
He's done so with class.
Yeah.
Yeah. He may have even had a little bit more there to try and steal Williams' position. So had he added 5 more kilos to that,
He's emotional about that one.
he would have actually would have needed 7.5 kilos because Tommy and William are the same body weight.
Okay.
So FYI viewers at home, we talked about the body weight rule. What if someone's the same body weight? Well, if someone's the same body weight, then the person who got the total first wins. So if you are the same body weight as someone and you're trying to beat them, you cannot match their total to win. You have to outright beat them. You got to treat it like you're the heavier person.
Yeah,
That's where lot number comes in.
yeah.
So all these little things. Peterson up next with 247.5, looking to achieve a 570 total. This will not change his placing. Oh, he's grooved that really nicely, hasn't he? Made that comment on the 240 that you can just fix a couple little things on the sumo deadlift and make it really move.
Yep.
He's done beautifully there.
Got what he needed. Nice PB locked in.
He did get a blue, and I think that's probably just a very slight support on the thighs as he's locking out. Very mild, and not obvious at all to the other referees. So, again, that's what comes down to interpretation while we have 3 refs here. Okay, Kirthan here is currently sitting in 4th place at 597.5. Looking to take a 20 kilo increase. I'll give him 617.5.
Boris loaded for Kirthan. Let's go. Come on.
And we'll jump him up a couple placings there temporarily.
This is for a PB.
So put him in 2nd place temporarily. He's done well.
Yep.
Very good stuff.
You'll be happy with that.
That was about the top end there, 20 kilos from the 2nd.
And nice.
Beautiful job there. So 617.5 puts
Nice
Kirthan in
PB.
2nd place. And that puts the onus on these other lifters to make some decisions.
257.5 kilos.
Max coming up next. He's lighter than Kirthan. If he wants to take that 2nd place, he's going to have to put 10 kilos on his 2nd attempt deadlift, which leaves 255 as the required number. We currently have 257.5 posted, but opportunity to change is still there.
He looked like he'd be good for that.
But again, as we've said, This is technically needed.
Yeah, yeah.
Bar is loaded. Max, come on, Max.
In saying that, he might also be thinking about protecting from Evan as well on the next lifter.
Push, come on. Go on, Max.
Well, Evan's a few lifters away, but the same idea maintains. So they probably believe 257 is just in the ballpark. Looking to take second place here for now.
Let's go.
And that's looking just about right.
Yeah.
There we go. And it's a good hit.
Successful 620 for Max. Putting him into second place, knocking Kirthen down to third place.
Leroy's coming out.
Got 3 more lifters in the 83s to come out. Leroy looking to attempt a 260 deadlift, which is a 25 kilo increase on the opener because the second was missed at 255.
He missed his 255. Let's get
This
behind.
would knock him up to 4th place for now
It's 260.
from 6th.
Bar is loaded for Leroy. Let's go. Go on, Leroy. Let's
Again,
go,
this is
come
where
on.
lifters are going to have to make choices, who they're going to target, which placing they're going to defend. This is always fun. 260 is a big ask after missing 255. Let's see what he can do.
Go on, Leroy.
I do think it was for something not strength related.
Grip.
Yeah,
He dropped it, didn't he? Yeah. Lost his grip.
maybe, yeah, I think it was.
Can he hold on this time? Nah.
Same idea.
Yeah. Saw his hand opening up as he brought it up.
So again, you kind of have a jump there. That there were some kilos there that were a little unnecessary. 2.5 less would have been just fine for the same placing outcome. 5 less would have been just fine for 1 placing improvement, but not 2.
Yep.
So there's always choices to make.
He's going
Every
for
kilo matters.
67.5 kilos.
Okay, so we've got 267.5 here from Stefan. Looking to improve the placing by 1 and go ahead of Evan.
Bar is loaded for Stefan.
So we'd make for 605. Again, you know, 12 kilos here, 262.5 achieves the same thing from a placings perspective, but 267.5 being loaded as, you know, the top end potential, personal goals, all the rest of it. A perfect attempt selection and a perfect execution.
A nice deadlift PB and a total PB.
Bumps him up to 605, currently sitting in 4th place. Next we're going to see Sean, who's currently sitting in 1st place and has, you know, not technically won, but is like the likely winner here. Coming out to extend that lead by 15 more kilos. Currently sitting on 63.5. Second place is 620 at the moment. The only other person left is Evan, who's at 597. So we're seeing the likely 83 sub-junior champ here, coming out for a final pull at 270 for a record total to extend the current record total of 663.5. Here comes Sean. He's got good odds here. His 255 moved well.
He's been strong all day.
He's looking for 678.5. My maths is mathing. Clean lifter. Calm, collected. 270 on the bar. Oh, he nails that beautifully.
That's what he needs.
Comes down hard and heavy. Hopefully the calls are okay on that push. Okay, he's pushed the limit there. He's got 1 red for that put down.
Yeah, exactly.
He has done very, very well. I'm thankful that he didn't get 2 reds there. That would be very
Exactly.
disappointing. But he did great with 678.5 as the total. Evan to come out now as the final 83 deadlifter. Taking a 20 kilo increase here to 617.5. And he is lighter than Kirthan, so he is pulling for 3rd place. He's going to tie Kirthan's total with this deadlift and try to snatch third place. That's what's going on here.
Bars loaded from Jason. Let's go!
I stand corrected that Evan will be coming out next after this. Jason for now in the 1 to 105s. I think it might have been a temp change there.
Yeah.
Looking at 280 here. Increase the total by 15 kilos. Running his own race here. Beautiful deadlift. He's going to be thrilled with that. Beautiful effort.
This will be a deadlift record. The heaviest in the 83s.
Evan here looking to snatch third place from Kirthan and collect a deadlift record on the way.
In the bar, so it's the best chance. Going up 20 kilos from his last attempt.
Thanks to everyone that's watching online. I'm sure there are friends that are competing will appreciate you being there, giving them the support online.
Bar is loaded for Evan. Let's go! Come on.
Evan comes out in the under 83 class, sub-junior, looking to pull his way onto the podium with a 20 kilo increase from his last deadlift attempt. And 285 would be a national record. A lot on the line here.
Come on,
Big
Evan,
pull.
come on.
Let's go, Evan. Dig deep.
Psyching himself up. Come on. Nah. Not today.
Not quite there for 285.
One more deadlift.
Sometimes you just got to have a crack.
Come out for a 3.
So last we've got Sean here. He hit the 295. I thought, hey, maybe it'd go 10 more kilos. But no, we're looking at 15.5 kilos. And I'm not going to doubt him here. I think he's
Yeah,
good for it.
definitely.
He's shown that he's able to make the right selections, able to show up. Yeah, sure, he missed the bench press, but his squat was amazing. His deadlifts have looked fantastic. And, pushed the limit.
Let's get behind him, everyone. We want to see this.
It's important to flag here that this sub-junior 105 total would have voted extremely well at open 105s.
I was going to ask you what the
Bar is
total was.
loaded for Sean.
The winning total was a fair bit higher than this, but he would have been very competitive.
He's thundering out. He's hyped up. The crowd's behind him. Come on, get it up there. Yeah. Absolute monster.
What do the refs say?
Yeah.
Could be a clean pull.
What a monster effort.
They're shouting at someone, I told you. I think someone might have doubted them on that one.
Yep.
Love to see it. What a fantastic, fantastic session. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. And well done to the lifters. Thank you to all the volunteers. And we'll catch you in the next one.